Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We are keeping an eye on rowdy thunderstorms this afternoon. These thunderstorms so far have been quite efficient at dropping hail across portions of the Concho Valley, the Big Country, Texoma, and North Texas. By far, we are dealing with big hail issues. Like I promised you last night when I said if you were upset about not getting storms yesterday, well, just wait till today because you'd probably get hit with softballs. Well, guess what? We definitely have a lot of storms producing some really big hail this afternoon. In fact, we already have for a few hours. We've got a storm in southern Lamar County near Lake Creek up to the south sides of Paris. That could be dropping baseballs. Big hail. You can see Highway 82 seems to be the happy corridor right now. You've got storms moving from west to east. These things are dropping, quarter to golf ball up to baseball size hail. You can see that storm over the south sides of Lamar County, just south of Paris. That thing just went spaghetti-o mode in the hail department. You can see the scary colors of the extreme scale coming out there. In fact, on radar, we're seeing very spooky signs of big hail out of that. You can see we've got a hailer in Hood County. We've got a storm that is in now just outside of Granbury. We had that storm drop golf ball to tennis ball size hail in Granbury. In fact, we had a report of baseball size hail down in Tolar. And that storm's moving towards Johnson County. Golf ball to baseball size hail, happy birthday, down into portions of Erath County, around the city of Stephenville, down to just east of Dublin there on Highway 6. That storm showing indications of producing tennis ball size hail, a little bit of low-level rotation with that. And then way back in the Concho Valley, and the corridor we talked so much about over the last 2 weeks. We got a storm northeast of Eden. That storm has the potential of producing tennis ball size hail, winds to 60. That storm may eventually go say yippity-doo, yippity-yay, hello Brady, let's say hey. And that could be dropping some really big hail around Brady in the next hour. And again, all these storms today are going to be capable of producing some nasty hail. At some point, we're also going to see a damaging wind threat evolve, though that may have to wait a little while until we get storms that grow upscale into a cluster, but we could definitely see some hurricane-force wind gusts whenever we see a cluster of storms get going later on today. Those Boeing shapes that we can often see? Yeah, that's going to be an issue later, but for now, hail is the issue. We've got Adam Lucio. He's chasing the pecan plantation storm, I believe, down there in southeastern Hood County. I'll go ahead and turn this loop-de-doopy off. We'll take a look at the high-res radar right now. We'll show you what's going on. And again, probably one of the most extreme indications of hail I've shown y'all on this radar. That is an ouchies. I don't mean to laugh, but that is just not good. That's one of those nervous laughs you see. This thing could be dropping just absolutely gargantuan amounts of hail.
From Miller's View in Concho County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by amateur radio.
So again, you can see we could have giant hail falling right now on Highway 24 between the city of Paris down to north of Cooper. That storm is moving towards Bogota, DePort, Cunningham, and eventually Talco. And again, moving east-southeast about 40. That thing could be dropping, honestly, at least baseball-size hail.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hill, Johnson, and Somervell County in Texas.
We're going to talk about this one real quick because most of y'all just got your phones going off because baseballs. This thunderstorm now southeast of Granbury, moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour, is capable of producing baseball-size hail. Damaging winds of 60 miles an hour, and yes, we do see that mischievous little hook echo there. These storms are in proximity of the cold front, which at times can reduce the threat of tornadoes, but also, at times, we could see some interaction with that. At this point, not a spinny doom maker, but it is a spaghetti-o hail maker. Baseball size hail, maybe hail larger in the size of baseballs. This storm will be near the city of Cleburne by 4:55, Rio Vista on 171 about 5 p.m. This is going to be crossing 35W around Grandview 5:15 to 5:20, Covington 5:15, Itasca 5:25, eventually passing just north of the 35W East split. Carl's Corner, just north of Hillsborough, around 5:30. And again, this thunderstorm has a history of producing baseball-size hail over its lifespan, which is now consisted of, well, the last couple hours. So again, this storm's probably going to be around for a while. Those of you downstream, heads up,
Texas,
it's dropping
hailstorm
baseballs.
report from 6 miles south of Roxton in Delta County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.00 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information, Spotter now reports 2-inch hail in northern Delta County on FM 128.
Okay, so that's with this storm. At least tennis ball size hail. To be honest, this thing could be dropping baseballs pretty easily. The hail size indicator on here suggests softballs. Typically, it overdoes it, but at the same time, this thing is kind of spooky on radar, so there's probably some really nasty hail with this. And on its present track, it'll be near Talco on Highway 271, about 5:20 p.m. Bogota, about 5:10, passing south of DePort over the next 20 minutes. And again, that storm could have nasty giant-sized hail. Eventually, it may be crossing Interstate 30 at about 6 p.m. between Mount Pleasant and Boston. So heads up with that. Further southwest, we have a supercell. Down east of Dublin, this storm could also be dropping tennis ball to baseball size hail as it moves east-southeast. If it turns southeast, and it has, the radar program's not picking up on that. So let me just show you using my super duper fancy button here. This thing's moving southeast. This is going to be a direct threat to the city of Hiko, Iredell, and eventually Meridian. The potential for tennis ball to baseball size hail. That's the storm Adam Lucio is targeting, so we're going to have a visual on it shortly. I've seen some indications of rotation with it. We're not super concerned with tornadoes today. Yeah, we got a tornado watch, you know, we got all the scary alarm bells, all that, but low-level wind shear is weak today. What we have here, though, is compensation partly because of extreme amounts of instability. You notice how you step outside the last 2 days and it feels like you're in the Gulf of Mexico? Yeah, that has made the atmosphere extremely unstable, and sometimes, in circumstances, that can compensate partly for weak low-level wind shear and cause what we call a mesoscale accident, where the tornado risk is low, but if we get tornado, usually it ends up being on the stronger side. It doesn't necessarily have longevity, but it can cause quite a bit of an issue over its short lifespan. So we're keeping an eye on these just in case we see something spin up. And yeah, we are seeing indications of that now. We're seeing a decent circulation develop from the Fort Worth radar. I'm going to switch to the Dias radar just to get a different perspective. It's a little further away, but we're seeing the same thing. So again, the potential for a circulation developing on Highway 6, and we're going to get a visual of that shortly from Adam Lucio. He's in Bluffdale, so he's actually still got a ways to go, but this is moving towards Hiko, Iredell, Claret, Alexander. The potential for this to not only produce tennis ball to baseball size hail, but we're seeing some low-level rotation develop as well in proximity of Highway 6. That'd probably be about 8 miles east of Dublin, moving towards Hiko. So again, we're going to have to watch that. Regardless, again, this storm, the strongest storms today are going to be capable of producing giant hail up to the size of softballs and grapefruits, you know, over 4 inches in diameter. Eventually, the threat for damaging winds will increase when these storms kind of congeal into a cluster, and we could see some wind gusts over 85 miles an hour. There is a low tornado threat today. It's not high, but it's not zero. We got a storm east of Eden. We're watching this one carefully. I still need to add that disco ball effect for every time the radar does that color bug there. This storm could eventually say, yippity-doo, yippity-day, hi Brady, let's play, in the hail department here by 6 o'clock as it moves east-southeast at about 20. The most intense storms today, especially across portions of the eastern Concho Valley, North Texas, are going to move southeast when they get intense. You can see up on the Red River, we've got storms. This storm southeast of Paris is probably dropping bowling ball size hail at this point. This thing could be dropping some really big hail. Again, it's going to be crossing Highway 271 between DePort in the next 20 minutes all the way down towards Talco by 5:15. Again, this thing could be easily dropping baseball size hail, maybe a bit bigger. All right, let's go back. Metroplex, guess what? You're doing well. For all those complaining about not having storms in the Metroplex, well, I think I called y'all doofuses yesterday. It might have been something like that. But, hey, look on the bright side. You can complain again that you're not getting any storms out of this, even though all these storms today are producing, you know, golf ball to softball size hail. But, this storm down in Johnson County, crossing over Highway 67. This is going to be crossing the, what is it, Lake Cleburne? The lake down there. From Bono to near Rio Vista the next several minutes. This storm has a history of producing baseball-sized hail, and it's moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour, which means Rio Vista about 5 o'clock, Covington 5:10, Grandview about 5:15, Itasca at about 5:20. This will be a threat to I-35W, eventually crossing 35E in far southwestern Ellis County at about 5:30 p.m. between Carl's Corner, Milford, in Italia. Maypearl, this should stay southwest of you, but again, this storm has a history of producing baseball-size hail, and it's moving southeast at 40. Back over portions of Erath County we go. What's the supercell want to say? Uh-oh, the potential for golf ball to baseballs.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cook and Grayson County in Texas.
Baseball-sized hail from this storm that's going to be crossing over highways 281, going to be crossing over Highway 6, moving towards Hico, southeast of Stephenville. The potential for baseball-sized hail out of this storm moving east-southeast at about, we'll see. The Weather Service has it moving at 25, so a bit slower. Hico, it's going to be in your area in the next 20 to 30 minutes. On its present track, it's probably going to eventually make it down towards Cranfield's Gap by 6 to 6:30 if it accelerates sooner than that. Alright, let's go take a look at the Highway 82 corridor. Y'all got more hailers. These are less intense comparatively, but are still producing golf ball to at times tennis ball size hail. These are moving due east along the Highway 82 corridor, about 40 to 45 miles an hour. So, you know, Sherman, you've had hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Concho and McCulloch County in Texas.
Y'all have had hail already. You're about to get more. These storms are just lining up like a train on the track moving east on 82. So we got one storm just west of Bonham. That could have golf ball to 2-inch diameter size hail. We got a storm just east of Gainesville. That'll be crossing 377 around Collinsville in the next 20 minutes. Sherman by about 520. That could have golf ball size hail. We've got this storm southeast of Paris in southeastern Lamar County. So the opposite of what we dealt with last night. This storm's moving east-southeast. This could have baseball-size hail with it easily. It's going to be moving over 37 around Bogota by about 5:05 to 5:10 p.m. Moving further southeast, Hocko, about 5:15 to 5:20. Eventually, this is probably going to say hello to Interstate 30 between Mount Pleasant and Boston. Hopefully passing a bit south of DeKalb, crossing over 259 and I-30 at about 5:50 p.m. And again, all these storms today are hailers. They got hail, they got wind, but they currently really have big hail. All right, let's take another look. Severe thunderstorm warning down here in portions of the Concho Valley. It's going to be a severe storm moving down towards Brady. This thing could end up producing hail in the city of Brady by 5:45 to 6 p.m. The potential for tennis ball size hail, damaging wind gusts to 60. So again, all these storms we're dealing with, capable of big hail, big wind, heavy rain, low tornado threat, and they're moving at a decent clip today. Here's just a loop over the last 2 hours. I'll knock it down to an hour. And here you go. You can see all these storms, all these little yellow dots. These are hail reports.
I ended the chase stream on X and Facebook. Now I am starting the coverage stream on X and Facebook.
I guess I'm not taking a break right now. That's okay. So again, this is a radar loop over the last hour. You can see we've got stormies galore capable of producing, the strongest storms are dropping hail larger than the size of baseballs. Most storms that are severe right now are dropping golf ball to baseball size hail. The potential for localized damaging wind gusts over 50 to 60 miles an hour. The damaging wind threat may increase here eventually. Hey, Satellite, you actually want to load today? Or you just want me to smile and wave and say yippity-doo, yippity-yay? Well, we'll load this one because it's cuter anyway. Hey, I can make rhymes. So again, here's a loop over the last couple of, well, 60 minutes, really. You could see storms moving from southwest to, or let's try that again. From west to east, or from the northwest to the southeast. Strongest storms capable of producing hail larger in the size of baseballs, localized damaging wind gusts. You can see we've got storms on Highway 82 now from Gainesville all the way east to southeast of Paris. Those storms, the potential for damaging winds.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Cook and Grayson County in Texas.
So it's probably flooding on 35 in the construction zone around Gainesville. Yay. These storms on 82 from pretty much Gainesville east to southeast of Paris are moving west to east. These storms had the potential of damaging winds, golf ball to baseball size hail. Same goes for Sherman. Y'all under the flash flood warning now, too. Y'all have more hail coming in from the west. We have a supercell in Johnson County
Texas
now.
Local storm report from 9 miles southeast of Granbury in Hood County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, golf ball size hail reported in pecan plantation.
So again, supercell in moving into Johnson County. This storm is capable of producing baseball-sized hail around Bono. It produced baseball-sized hail near Talco, southwest of Granbury earlier. It just dropped golf balls from Granbury to Pecan Plantation. Easily could still be producing baseball-sized hail now as it crosses Highway 67, southwest of Cleburne, down towards Bono. Moving towards Rio Vista, Blum, Covington, Grandview, Itasca over the next 30 minutes. This will probably stay south of Alvarado, but it'll rain and make 35W more miserable than it probably otherwise is as we approach 5 p.m. this Thursday afternoon. Southwest, we got a supercell in Erath County. That could be dropping tennis ball to baseball size hail around Alexander to Claret on Highway 6, southeast of Stephenville now on Highway 281. We had up to quarter-size hail in Stephenville. The worst of the hail stayed southwest of town. That storm's moving southeast towards Hico. Eventually, it's going to impact Cranfill's Gap by 6 o'clock. If that storm keeps up, it may eventually be a threat to places like McGregor here in a couple hours. And we're going to have more storms develop in all likelihood. So again, farther southwest we go. We have storm
Texas
north.
Local storm report from 2 miles southwest of Stephenville in Erath County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
A storm now east of Eden, northwest of Brady, moving east-southeast about 20 to 25 miles an hour. This storm could have at least golf ball to tennis ball size hail. That's going to be a fun trip on 87 between Eden, Melvin, and Brady over the next hour.
Storm report from 3 miles southeast of Granbury in Hood County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping pong ball, 1.50 inches.
So these storms moving towards Brady could have tennis ball size hail. Brady, you're going to get visited over the next hour. And again, what we're dealing with right now is a north to south moving cold front. That front is helping to spark off thunderstorms. We have two areas of storms right now. Storms that are north of the front on Highway 82 are dropping, golf ball to baseball size hail at times. Looks like Adam's got a view of the Erath County storm. We're going to switch to his full screen in just a minute. He is in Hico, looking northwest. Storms along and in proximity of the cold front. Eastern Concho Valley, North Texas. Those storms could have tennis ball to baseball size hail. Damaging winds with all of these as well. So, let's take a look at Adam's stream. We're going to see he is on the storm southeast of Stephenville, approaching Hico. We got a view of the storm structure there for a second. Looked like a wall cloud. But again, let's go back, and I'm going to show you all the high-res rapid refresh model as we go into tonight, just to give you all an idea of storm timing and whatnot. Let me go ahead. We're going to switch the up a third.
Texas local storm report from 11 miles southwest of Cleburne in Johnson County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.00 inches. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, 2-inch hail reported at Cleburne State Park.
Sad. So here's what the HER has at 5 o'clock. It's actually not doing too bad. No, it's not going to have the storms exactly located where they are now. This is a weather model, not a magical forecast fairy wand dust thing.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Franklin, Morris, Red River, and Titus County in Texas.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to load this model. I'm going to let it play out through tonight, just to give y'all an idea downstream when this may be coming to say hello. You can see, storms eventually are going to grow into a cluster that move into central Texas, the Brazos Valley, and slowly weaken as they make it into southeast Texas and east Texas by late this evening. If this model's right, we're actually going to be done by midnight, which would make me a very happy Baldy-in-Chief. So, it's worth noting, yes, we could see additional storms forms farther southwest into central Texas over the next couple hours in the hill country, and yes, some of those are probably going to be quite severe with really big hail and damaging winds. And yes, that means those of you from Waco to Austin, down into parts of the Brazos Valley, Bryan College Station, even East Texas and Southeast Texas this evening, may be dealing with rather rambunctious thunderstorms capable of producing, honestly, the worst of the storms: softball-size hail, wind gust over 80 miles an hour, maybe a tornado and heavy rain. One thing this model's not handling well are these storms up on Highway 82 right now. Clearly, those are continuing to remain rambunctious, and we've got a severe storm moving towards Talco and Bogota right now, up in northeast Texas in the Arklatex that could
local storm report
produce
from 11 miles
nasty
southwest of Cleburne in Johnson County, Texas.
hail.
Magnitude measured 3.00 inches.
Oh.
Reported by amateur radio.
Uh-oh.
Additional information: 3-inch hail reported at Cleburne State Park corrects previous hail report from 11 SW Cleburne.
Okay,
2-inch
so
hail reported at Cleburne State Park.
So again, we now have reports of hail larger than the size of baseballs in Cleburne State Park down here. So again, this thunderstorm is capable of producing hail up to the size of softballs now. Here in Johnson County, near and just southwest of Cleburne, down to Cleburne State Park. It sounds like Cleburne State Park is taking a damaging hailstorm right now, which is very unfortunate. This is going to be moving towards Rio Vista in the next several minutes. Again, the potential for hail now up to the size of softballs or grapefruits. This will be crossing Highway 171 around Covington, maybe a bit north at 5:15. Rio Vista, Cleburne, next several minutes. Itasca by 5:25 to 5:30. Milford, 5:40. Italia, 5:45. Again, this storm now is producing hail larger than the size of baseballs, just southwest of Cleburne, down to Cleburne State Park. Adam is looking at this supercell near Hico. This thing could be producing hail, baseball to softball size. Moving down 281 now into the city of Hico. You can see he's looking at some structure there. We'll take a look. Again, you just saw briefly the hail core. These are not really tornado makers. These storms are not doing the whole trying to drop tornado thing right now, but they are definitely capable of producing destructive hail. Really destructive hail at times. And that's going to be moving into Hico over the next several minutes. So again, this is Adam Lucio. He's in Hico. We'll keep a close eye on his stream over the next several minutes. In case we have any sort of wall cloud, low-level organization mischief. We're seeing some pretty good mid-level rotation with this storm now. We'll likely see a new severe thunderstorm warning issued here any second. That'll probably run down towards Meridian and Cranfield's Gap on Highway 22. Present course and speed, this storm would be approaching Cranfield's Gap and Meridian by 5:50. I'm sorry, what?
A new tornado warning has been issued for Delta and Lamar County in Texas.
Okay, so we just had a report of a tornado near 8 miles south of Pattonville, moving east at 25. This storm could also produce baseball-sized hail. Again, folks, I mean, yeah, there's a couplet there, but unfortunately, the closest radar, again, we're looking, just like last night, we're looking 15,000 feet. I can't tell you what's going on at the surface. This is a blind zone for radar, but yeah, we apparently silence computer, or you shall be thrown into the pool. I don't have a pool, but I'm going to make one just for it. So we've got a tornado warning now for far southeastern portions of Lamar and northeastern Delta County. This pretty much is from DePort south. We're probably going to have a warning issued for portions of Red River County here in a minute. Apparently, we have a tornado down now southeast of DePort, which makes no sense. Where's the cold front? Is this thing on the cold front? I mean, I guess so, but we got baseball-sized hail reported in Bono. We've got hail larger than baseballs at Cleburne State Park. We have a report of a tornado now 8 miles south of Pattonville here in portions of Delta Lamar counties. This storm about to bring damaging hail to Bogota, maybe a tornado issue, and down into Red River County. So again, be in shelter up here. Apparently we had at least a spin-up tornado reported. We're getting hail pictures like mad on X right now. Good gravy, sweet Mary. So again, that's what's going on with this. Again, can't rule out a tornado or two with these storms through the afternoon and evening, but hail is going to be the big issue. Let's go back up on 82. We've got a storm in Whitesboro to Collinsville right now. That storm could be dropping quarter to golf ball size hail. It's moving east towards South Maid, the city of Sherman, Knollwood. It'll probably stay a bit south of Denison towards Luella by 5:30, city of Sherman 5:25, South Maid about 5:10 to 5:15, maybe Dorchester by about 5:15 to 5:20. This storm has the potential to produce golf ball size hail, and yes, that means y'all in Sherman are going to try to get hit by more hail. Please stop it. I don't like it. We got a hailer on 82 and 56 around Dodge City east of Bonham. That's moving towards Honey Grove. That'll probably bring another round of hail to Paris in the next hour. We've got a storm that's capable of producing tennis ball to baseball size hail, and apparently a brief tornado currently approaching Bogota at 271 and 37. This storm again could be producing nasty hail. The potential for hail up to the size of baseballs, at least with this. This storm is moving east-southeast at about 45 miles an hour. The potential for tennis ball to baseball size hail, damaging winds. We had a report of a tornado south of DePort, about 8 miles south of Pattonville, about 10 minutes ago. I haven't seen any visual evidence of this yet. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad report, but I'd like to see some visual evidence of that. But conditions are not favorable for, long-lived tornadoes. That being said, yeah, we could have a few spin-ups today. Hail and damaging winds are going to be the main issue. Adams down in the Hico area, keeping an eye on this storm. This is going to be moving southeast towards Meridian, Cranfill's Gap, and Clifton. From Hico, this storm, the potential for tennis ball to baseball size hail, winds to 60 at least. From Hico, the storm is moving east-southeast, mainly southeast now at 30 miles an hour. Iredell, Cranfill's Gap, Clifton, maybe Meridian if it doesn't stay southwest of you barely, will be impacted by a damaging hailstorm in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Up in the Johnson County, we have a storm that has a history of producing hail larger than the size of baseballs at Cleburne State Park. A little bit of rotation with that in the low levels showing up. This is going to be moving over Rio Vista, Covington, Grandview, Itasca, maybe Blum over the next several minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Franklin, Red River, and Titus County in Texas.
So again, 35W, 520 to 530. Don't want to be on that around Grandview to Itasca, as this storm has a history of producing baseball-sized hail. The potential for it to cross 35E around Italia to Milford by 545 to 550. We have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Red River County from near Bogota to Talco. Unlike the storms last night, which stayed north of 82, this storm is south of 82 for now. Those of you in Bogota, Talco, you're going to want to move to a safe place. At 4:58 p.m., a confirmed tornado is located just southwest of Bogota, moving east-southeast at a brisk 45 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is also capable of producing tennis ball to baseball size hail. So again, those of you in Talco, you're going to need to move to your safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible if you're in a sturdy site-built structure. If you're in a mobile home, I'd advise you to move to a gas station, fast food establishment, restaurant. Just take shelter there until this passes through. I think besides the tornado, hail is going to be a big issue with this as well. So again, apparently we do have a confirmed tornado now just southwest of Bogota, moving east-southeast at 45 miles an hour. We have cruddy radar coverage up here. It's like the farther out from a radar site you go, the higher the radar beam gets. Radar beam goes down a straight line, the Earth curves. Yes, the Earth does curve, which means the farther away you get from the radar site, which in this case is Shreveport, Louisiana, the higher up above the ground the radar beam becomes. In this case, I'll show you how high up the radar beam becomes, because I like saying becomes a lot today. 9,000 feet. We're looking in the mid-levels of this thunderstorm, which admittedly is better than 15,000 feet, but it's still not the low levels of this thing. We did have a pretty good couplet with this back when it was in eastern Lamar, northeastern Delta counties. Not super duper spooky right now, but again, tornado warning for Red River County until whenever it's until, because I honestly forgot. Okay, 5:45 p.m. So those of you in Clarksville, Onona, Avery, you are not under the gun from this. Go about your day. Those of you in Bogota, you're getting attacked by hail now, and you might have a tornado just south of town. Talco, you need to be in a safe place. Wilkinson, you're going to want to be in a safe place. And again, this thing could be dropping bowling ball size hail. Not literally, but the hail really big. So this tornado will be near Wilkinson around 5:20 p.m. This also includes Harts Bluff, Talco, DePort, Cuthand, and Johntown. We had a report of a tornado south of DePort about 10 minutes ago to 15 minutes ago. So again, that'll be a tornado warning for Red River County. This does not include Mount Pleasant, does not include 82, Detroit to Avery, you're fine. It includes Talco, it includes Wilkinson, and Johntown. So y'all be in a safe place, and don't be on 271 between DePort and probably Talco unless you want to take softball size hail through your windows, because that's just not a particularly pleasant experience. I can speak from experience with that. Not fun, especially when the hail goes through your windshield and your headlights assemblies. That was fun. Alright, so again, storm, maybe ping pong ball to golf ball size hail now. Whitesboro to Collinsville, about to move into South Maid on 56. This will be visiting the city of Sherman by, well, I'll tell you when, because I can press the button that tells you when. By probably 5:20 p.m. There's an excessive heat warning for the lower Rio Grande Valley. What? Feel like temperature up to 130 degrees? What? Why is there a heat index of 130 in the Rio Grande Valley? What are we doing? Oh, mama! Are y'all alive down there? What is going on? Yeah, I'm getting distracted by the heat index of 130. Deal with it. We'll go back to the storms in a minute. Heat index of 130? What is going on down here? Oh my goodness. 99 over 81 in Brownsville? Oh my goodness. A heat index of 122 in McAllen? It's 109 over 72 in McAllen? What? Jason, why? What did these poor people do? Oh my goodness, a heat index of 120 to 130? Okay, I'm sorry. That's life-threatening. I don't care how hot you're used to it being. 130 is not good, especially when it's the first heat wave of the summer. Oh. Okay, Adams and Hiko, let's take a look at his stream. We'll get back to the storms. Adam's got this is the thunderstorm moving into Hiko. Southeast of Stephenville. Stephenville, you're clear. We'll go ahead and switch back over to Dias so you can see the radar. So you can see plenty of motion. There's no strong rotation with that, but there is definitely big hail with this thunderstorm moving southeast. Adams and Hiko on FM 1602. This storm's going to be crossing near Meridian at about 5:45 to 5:50. 22 from Cranfill's Gap around 5:45 to 5:50. The potential for this to produce baseball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds. We got a report from the storm that's tornado-warned now up in Red River County. This did produce damage back in portions of Lamar, northern Delta County. Back near Honeygrove, we got reports that there were power lines down, trees down. Apparently, a power line fell on a house in Honeygrove, or on a vehicle in Honeygrove. We got reports that there are trees down and several roofs with damage in the Lake Creek area and Enloe area of Delta County. And this is the storm that's now tornado warned near Bogota to Talco. You can see that hail core is just bad, and this thing's producing wind damage and destructive straight-line winds.
Texas local storm report from 3 miles southwest of Cleburne in Johnson County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 3.00 inches. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, report of 3-inch hail at West Lake RD and Nolan River Road.
So, literally, if you're in the Rio Grande Valley right now, you're living in your own virtual hell. It's literally a heat index of 130 degrees. 100 over 81. Okay. We've got a severe storm in Johnson County. That's moving southeast right now. The potential for baseball-sized hail, damaging straight-line winds. This storm produced baseball-sized hail or larger at Cleburne State Park. I hope they got through without too much damage. I might actually go visit Cleburne State Park this weekend. I've got an annual Texas State Park pass, so I can do that. Assuming they're open. They might not be open if they got a bunch of damage. This storm will be crossing 35W around Grandview down to Itasca in the next 20 minutes. 35E around Italia to Milford by 5:45. Blooming Grove at 6:05. Mertens 5:55. The potential for destructive hail, damaging winds. Adams in Hico. If he's not careful, he's going to be getting visited by some very angry wind. So again, this storm will be crossing 22 between Meridian and Cranfill's Gap, potentially impacting both towns, but probably more likely Cranfill's Gap by 5:45 to 5:50. This is moving towards Clifton by 6:05 to 6:30. If this doesn't turn further southeast, this is going to be a problem for places like Valley Mills, Crawford, McGregor in the next 2 hours, maybe just west of Waco, and if it turns south-southeast, it's going to be an issue for Gatesville. We'll take a look at Adams' feed. It doesn't look like he's taking giant balls of ice at the moment, but you can see that would be the shelf cloud on the right-hand side of your screen, moving with the outflow winds with that storm. All right, let's take a look at the statewide view. We'll give you all motion over the last 2 hours. It would help if I turned the radar on, I know. Here's radar over the last 2 hours. You can see we got storms, we got hail, we've got ouchies. These storms, the strongest, are producing probably hail up the size of softballs, damaging straight-line winds. We've had a report of a tornado about 20 minutes ago south of DePort on the Delta-Lamar County line in northeast Texas. That storm now has a tornado warning around Johntown to Talco in Red River County, moving towards Wilkinson. That storm may eventually make it towards Lydia, Bassett, Sims, Boston in the next hour. It's moving pretty quickly at about 45 miles an hour. That storm eventually could be an issue for the city of Texarkana down to Redwater, Maud, Domino, Douglasville, maybe passing north of Atlanta in the next hour, hour and a half. And again, that storm's moving almost 50 miles an hour now. That thing's got more attitude than a Rottweiler trying to start a war with another dog, or vice versa. I suppose a more accurate descriptor would be that thing's got more attitude than a dog trying to start a war with a squirrel. Or vice versa. The squirrels like to start wars with dogs. I just got a hail report out of Bonham. Thank you for that. So again, back in Texoma, we got storms on 82. We got one about to move back into Sherman from the west. That could have quarter to golf ball size hail. That's moving east. We got a storm in Honeygrove. That might have nickel to quarter-size hail. Those are all moving east about 45 miles an hour. We've got a storm around Rio Vista to Blum to Covington. That could be tennis ball to baseball size hail. Moving towards Itasca, Carl's Corner, Milford the next several minutes. Adams on the storm down in Hico. That could be dropping tennis ball size hail or larger. That's moving towards Cranfill's Gap on Highway 22 southwest of Meridian. Eventually an issue for probably Valley Mills, Crawford, McGregor, Oglesby. For what it's worth, as these storms move southeast, the threat for flooding is going to increase too. We're going to have issues with flooding as these storms move to the southeast. And yes, Marisa, I know, playing Words with Friends, you did kick my butt. I lost horribly. All right, let's go back down to Brady. I've neglected y'all. I'm sorry. It's not intentional. Brady, you're about to get hit with hail. Again. Let's take a look from the San Angelo radar. Brady, ouchies, that's a pretty mean-looking supercell coming into town. That thing's got some big old hail with it, probably at least golf balls. But if you'd be kind enough to let us know, we'd appreciate it. That ground truth we're always looking for. Please don't go outside and see how big the hail is while the hail is still falling. That's how you get knocked on the head, and then you get an ouchies. And we don't want you getting an ouchies. All right, back to the state view again, because I do like the animation. Let me turn off the hail reports. Yes, I know, CC, you're sunbathing there by the office window. You're very happy right now. So again, we've got a tornado warning that goes until 5:45 for Red River County. Circulation now would probably be on 271 between Bogota and Talco. That is moving towards Wilkinson. And probably Argo to Lydia, the hail core. I think hail's the bigger issue, damaging winds too, for sure. Maybe a spin-up tornado. Clarksville, you're fine. Paris, you're fine.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Mason, McCulloch, and San Saba County in Texas.
Well, apparently that has audio. Blame Marisa. All right. No playing Words with Friends in the middle of severe weather coverage. Got it. All right, back to severe weather coverage we go, where we'll end up, well, probably central Texas at some point in the hill country. We note this storm near Brady. It is worth noting, this storm near Brady is probably not going to die, which means those of you in Austin, you're going to have problems. The Round Rock, Austin, San Marcos area, the potential for damaging hail coming from this storm. From Brady, that means y'all in Llano, you're going to have an issue. Those of you in, pretty much, let's just say Brady, all the way down. Whatever highway goes northwest of Llano, 71 to Llano, Marble Falls, Round Mountain, Dripping Springs, Kyle, Austin, in the next 2 hours. Y'all, 2 to 3 hours, this little angry stormy drop in baseball-sized hail in Brady is probably going to be making its way down to the hill country in central Texas, meaning someone on I-35 is liable, if not probable, to get a boo-boo from the hail by, let's just say, 8 p.m. It may be sooner. These supercells are not going away. They're going to continue until they pretty much get into southeast Texas at like midnight. So we can give advanced warning. Someone's going to be having an hail ouchies with this on I-35 in central Texas in the next 2 to 3 hours. You might want to keep an eye out to your west because it's dropping baseball-sized hail, and it may continue dropping baseball-sized hail and damaging winds as it progresses through I-35 in a couple of hours. So there was your 3-hour warning. Happy birthday, Merry Christmas, whatever holiday today may be. In a couple weeks, it'll be my birthday. Does anyone care? No. Do I need more caffeine? Yes. Can I take care of that right now? Yes. One moment, please. Box is empty. Sad. It's like the world's most difficult thing to get caffeine. Caffeine. All right, so it is now 5:17. We got storms, we got rain, we got hail. We got hail. And then we also have a tornado warning. This tornado warning is for Red River County and northeast Texas until 5:45 p.m. From just east of Bogota, northeast of Talco. That storm is going to be moving east at a good 45 miles an hour. Now, I'll say this. This storm's rotating. We have not had any recent reports of a tornado. Wind? Oh yeah, this thing's got wind out the wazoo. This thing's got more wind than one of you would be making if you went to Taco Bell right now. So this could produce quite a bit of wind damage. Could also have tennis ball to baseball size hail. Let's talk about where it's going. This storm will be crossing Interstate 30, probably very near 271, or excuse me, 259. We deal with 254 counties. I get mixed up. Probably around 259, maybe closer to Boston by 550 to 555. This thing's dropping baseballs. It's producing damaging winds. It's moving east at 45 miles an hour. It's going to be in Maud around 610 to 615. Boston about 605. 67 southwest of Boston near Bassett. Sims. Northeast of Naples about 555. This thing's probably dropping baseballs. Damaging winds. This thing's been our biggest wind maker today. We got wind damage reports on 24 south of Paris, all the way back to Honeygrove. We got reports of wind damage. This thing's been knocking down trees, causing roof damage, knocking down the power lines, because who wants power? Hi, if it makes you feel better, I had a severe storm knock my power out a few nights ago. So again, that's what we're dealing with this storm. It's moving east at 45 miles an hour. Jason, tell Marisa that she should play less Words with Friends and more give us contact info to the marketing department. Here's a severe storm in Johnson County. This thing's got a pretty good wind signature now. We're seeing winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour, approaching 171 near Covington. This is going to be crossing 35W near Itasca over the next several minutes. The potential for damaging straight line winds up to 70 miles an hour. Tennis ball to baseball size hail. And if you're really unfortunate, it's going to combine both with wind-driven baseball-size hail, which would just... well, here's the thing. You get wind-driven baseball-size hail, the sides of your house are going to be
Texas local storm report
done.
From Brady in McCulloch County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, quarter-size hail breaking windshields was reported. A new tornado warning has been issued for Mason, McCulloch, and San Saba County in Texas.
I'm still stuck on the part where they're saying quarter-size hail is breaking windshields. Quarter-size hail does not break windshields, typically. So I'm willing to bet it's a lot bigger than quarters. Alright, we got a tornado warning now southeast of Brady. This will technically include the city of Mason. This is for a storm showing a decent circulation now. This will include Camp San Saba, Voca, Fredonia, in the city of Mason. This is a tornado warning until 5:45 p.m. for southeastern McCulloch, northern Mason, southwestern San Saba counties in the Concho Valley / Hill Country. And again, this is a tornado warning. This storm has a potential of producing baseball-sized hail. It does have a circulation. It looks like it's right on the front, so fine, I'll give it that. So again, this storm could have a tornado. It could have damaging straight-line winds. It could also be producing baseball-sized hail. So, that storm's moving southeast to 35. And again, this thing's probably going to impact I-35 in like 3 hours or less. So someone down here is going to get hit with hail. If this thing actually turns south-southeast, it may, stay a little further west for a while. But there'll probably also be some more storms. So again, damaging straight-line winds. This storm south of Brady now could be shooting out winds over 80 miles an hour.
2 miles east of Rio Vista in Johnson County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, quarter-size hail reported at CR 1205 and CR 1104. Texas local storm report from 4 miles south-southeast of Brady in McCulloch County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.50 inches.
That's more like what I
Reported by
expected.
Train spotter. Additional information, tennis ball size hail was reported.
That will break windshields. Quarter-size hail, not as much unless it's wind-driven. Tennis ball-size hail, yes, that'll do it. So that is what I was expecting. Again, those of you in Johnson County, you've got a rather angry rear flank downdraft right now around Covington. Radar detecting winds probably above 70 miles an hour right here. Ooh, that's an ouchie, 74.3 miles an hour. And this storm is probably also throwing out, hail, big hail. Make it wind-driven hail, and it just adds all the more fun to it. P.S. No, it doesn't. It's actually quite damaging, but I'm being a bit satirical today, apparently. So again, let's talk about tornado warning number numero uno. This is Red River County, southwest of Avery, northeast of Taco. I'll be honest, this does not look like a tornadic supercell. This looks like a wind maker, producing plenty of straight-line wind. This will be crossing I-30, southwest of Boston. In New Boston, south of DeKalb, probably around or a bit east of 259, moving towards Sims, Bassett, Maud, Douglasville, Redwater, Domino. Ooh, maybe that's what I'll have for dinner. So again, here you go. Maud, 615, Redwater, about 620, crossing I-30, around, and 67 around Sims to Bassett, about 6 p.m., potential for tennis ball to baseball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. There might be a spin up tornado. I'll be honest, I'm not that worried about that right now with that storm, but it's still damaging. This storm in northern Hill County is kind of doing that little hookity-dookity thing, which is helping to enhance the damaging straight line wind potential around Covington. The storm's also probably shooting out tennis ball size hail, because wind driven tennis ball size hail, well, let's just say that doesn't do anything good. That storm moving east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. It's going to be crossing I-35, well, now, just around Grandview, Itasca, the next 5 minutes. Near 35 WE split, north side of Hillsboro. Y'all are probably going to be getting some damaging winds, heavy rain, maybe a bit of hail in the next 20 minutes. This will be crossing 35E around Carl's Corner, up to Italia by about 5:45 to 5:50. After that, it's heading towards Mertens. Again, this is probably moving more southeast than that storm track had. So, Hill County, ouchies, hail, wind, flooding, bad. Severe storm now approaching Highway 22 around Cranfill's Gap, about 5:45 to 5:50. This has probably got tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds. That's going to be an issue for Clifton by 6:10. Valley Mills by 6:30. If it keeps riding down 22 and 6, I guess it could say hello to Western McLennan County by 6:30 with damaging winds and hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hill County in Texas.
Well, that was convenient timing. That'll be for this little stormy up here, and if it's moving more southeast than I thought it was, it might be riding 171 right towards Hillsboro. We're going to see in a second, because they're putting a warning on it now. Y'all's phones are going yippity-doo, yippity-yay. Ladies and gentlemen, say hey, hey, because this storm is warned for baseballs, which sets your phones off. So again, Hillsborough, Coles Corner, Itasca. You are under what's called a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which means you're getting baseballs. You're getting baseballs. We warned you about this like 2 days ago. Told you these storms today were going to be dropping hail very easily, and this one's probably dropping baseballs and damaging winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. This storm, again, moving southeast, 20 to 25, could have winds over 75 miles an hour. Baseball-size hail. Prepare for a damaging hailstorm. Interstate 35E from Carl's Corner to Hillsborough, 35W. Grandview to Hillsborough, 35 around Hillsborough. Potential for damaging straight-line winds of 70 miles an hour, the potential for baseball-size hail, the potential for wind-driven baseball-size hail, hence the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. You're going to want to get away from west and north-facing windows. Second storm capable of producing nasty nastiness, approaching Cranfill's Gap, southwest of Meridian, damaging straight-line winds, large hail. That storm moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. It's going to be saying hello, hello, hello to Valley Mills by 6:15 to 6:20. Clifton, you're probably under the gun too. We've got a report now of wind-driven tennis ball to baseball-size hail knocking out windows around Brady. That's unfortunate, but on par for what we expected, sadly. Also showing rear flank downdraft approaching 100 miles an hour around southeast of Brady now. It's going to be on Highway 377 and 71, very near Camp San Saba. And again, those of you in Voca to Camp San Saba, north of Mason, Fredonia, a tornado warning is in effect. This thunderstorm may or may not produce a tornado, but it is producing 80 to 90 mile an hour wind-driven baseball-size hail, which will break a lot of things. So we would encourage you to be in a safe place. Specifically, get away from west and north-facing windows. That's a good piece of advice with any of these hailstorms today. Get away from west and north-facing windows, especially if we start dealing with a lot more wind. These things are going to start knocking out windows and houses, especially on the north and west sides with north and west winds.
Texas local storm report from 7 miles west-northwest of Voca in McCulloch County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.75 inches. Reported by Storm Chaser. Additional information, baseball-size hail was reported.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Where was that baseball-size hail report? Oh, southeast of Brady. Okay, that makes sense. So again, baseball to bigger than baseballs with the Brady storm. Probably baseball-size hail with the storm southwest of Meridian. Baseball-size hail with the storm in Covington, moving towards Carl's Corner in Hillsborough. Oh, and by the way, there's 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. Storm up in northeast Texas. This may have produced a spin-up, spinny, doom south of... what did I say earlier? To south of, DePort earlier. This storm, I really, honestly, for the life of me, don't think it's producing a tornado. If this thing's tornadic, it's putting down spin-ups. The bigger issue is going to be the damaged straight-line winds and really big hail. Damaged straight-line winds or a weak tornado in this case, there's not going to be much of a difference. Both are going to throw baseball-sized hailstones at your windows. This is going to be crossing I-30, again, by 550 to 555. Around Boston, New Boston, all the way back southwest to near 259. This is crossing 259 between DeKalb and I-30 in the next 10 minutes. Lydia, y'all are next up for the ouchies from the hail. We got a storm, apparently. That storm's looking a little stronger over 75 right now. Hail core's picked back up. Sherman to Luella. Moving east towards Bells. Expect another round of quarter to golf ball size hail. Flash flooding is ongoing. I need more radars. Hold on a second. 5 words with friends. It was fun while it lasted all of 5 seconds. Alright, let's put a radar over here. Good enough. Hi, Cece. Are you happy? Yeah, you stretch. I'd show you, but, well, that would require me to move the camera. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, here we go back to the fun. We've got a severe storm with baseball-sized hail, 75-mile-an-hour winds near from Covington to Itasca, moving towards Carl's Corner, Hillsboro, 35W, 35E from the 35 split. Hillsboro north to Grandview up to Italia. Ouchies, not fun. Big hail, big wind, wind-driven hail. Really, you don't want to be driving.
From 1 mile south of Brady in McCulloch County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.00 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, Hen Egg, 2.00 inches.
Okay. Storm, Cranfill's Gap, south sides of Meridian. The potential for baseball-sized hail, winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. This is going to be in Valley Mills by 6:20. Clifton, about 5:55 to 6.
Storm report from 1 mile south of Sherman in Grayson County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.75 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information, Spotter reported golf ball-sized hail along Highway 75 on the south side of Sherman.
Okay, so the storm at Sherman dropped another round of golf balls. Great. That's your second or third round of golf balls today. At this rate, you might as well, after the hail stops falling, go outside, collect them, throw them in your freezer, and use them as golf balls later. Okay, storm around Covington is showing giant hail on the radar. This thing could have giant hail, aka baseball to grapefruit sized. It's about to move. It's moving over Highway 171 in Covington. It's about to move over 35W and 81 in Itasca to Carl's Corner. Hillsboro, if you're lucky, this will stay just to your north, but y'all are going to get wind. This thing's probably pushing out 70-mile-an-hour winds as well. All these storms are capable of producing big hail, giant hail, and straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour. Yes, we're back to that 70s mode, apparently. I still don't have my disco ball programmed, and I'm very sad about it. Let's take a look at the radar over the last 2 hours. 2 hours radar, not 3. Let's show you what's going on. First off, let me turn some of these city labels down, because clearly we know there's a lot of cities. Now, let's take a look what we've got going on. Did they let that warning for Red River County go? Okay, tornado warning for Red River County is bye-bye. That storm is still severe and producing nasty-sized hail. I don't know if my feed automatically removes that warning, but I can do it. Oh, good. It's actually programmed to do it right now. That makes me pretty happy. I didn't have that before. So again, we've got a severe storm near Bogota, moving east towards DeKalb, tennis ball to baseball size hail, winds of 70. We have a new mesoscale discussion. We'll look at that. We got a storm developing. Well, first off, golf ball size hail, south sides of Sherman in the last 5 minutes. That's moving east towards Bells. Y'all get golf balls again. I'm very sorry, but just put them in your freezer and use them as golf balls later. After the hail stops falling. Don't go out while the hail's falling and collect golf balls. That's not what I'm saying. We got a severe storm over Itasca, moving towards Carl's Corner and Hillsboro. Baseball to softball size hail, winds of 70 to 75 miles an hour. Very damaging, destructive thunderstorm. We have a thunderstorm going up over Waco and Belmead. That storm has the potential to rapidly intensify and become severe. If it does, it's going to start dropping hail real quick. We have a storm over pretty much Meridian down the Highway 22 to Cranfill's Gap. That storm could have tennis ball to baseball size hail, winds over 60. That's moving generally down towards Crawford, just northeast of Gatesville. But again, with all these new storms starting to develop, things may get busy. Flooding threat also with this activity. As these new storms around Waco go up, we may see a bit of a cluster evolve, and that would result in heavy rain and more flooding. We've got a tornado warning. This is going to be southeast of Brady now. This thing dropped baseball-sized hail and apparently threw them sideways in 70-mile-an-hour winds and broke a bunch of windows around Brady. It's going to be moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. This stormy is going to probably stay north of Mason, but is going to be an issue for Camp San Saba, Fredonia, and eventually this storm is probably, I'm trying to see, yeah, it's just riding down 71. If it keeps riding down 71, it's going to be an issue for Llano in the next hour, and then after that, it's going to be an issue for places like Round Mountain up to Marble Falls, and then we just get into the, this could be expensive territory along I-35 and portions of Travis County, down towards, like Wimberley, Dripping Springs. So again, this stormy, riding down 71, is probably not going to die anytime soon. Unlike my hairline, this thing has longevity, and it's just going to keep on moving southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour, meaning somebody downstream of this is going to have ouchies in terms of big hail, big wind, probably a combination of both simultaneously. So again, this thing is going to be in ouchies on 35 at some point in the next 2 to 2.5 hours. Meaning those of you down here, high, Round Mountain, Marble Falls, Burnett, Blanco, San Marcos, Buda, Austin, Round Rock, even towards, let's just say, Bastrop. This corridor down here, maybe down to New Braunfels. This storm near Brady, moving southeast. Said storm moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. It is not going to die anytime soon, probably. Meaning, it is going to keep going, and eventually, someone on I-35 down here in central Texas in the Hill Country is going to get hit with really big hail and wind. Same thing goes here in southern North Texas into central Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bowie County in Texas.
Y'all have got storms. We got a storm approaching the 35W35E split near Itasca. That storm has probably baseball-sized hail, winds over 80 miles an hour at times. That's moving southeast towards Carl's Corner, north sides of Hillsboro, Milford. Big hail. We got this storm on 22 between Meridian and Grand Falls Gap. That's moving southeast towards Valley Mills, Crawford. That's eventually going to bring hail to y'all. We got new storms going up from near Waco and Belmead east on 84 towards Forest Glade, Mahia, Fairfield, Tige. Those storms right now are just shooting out small hail, but they could end up shooting out bigger hail and lightning and rain and bigger winds here in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah, I know, very descriptive. It's a Monday. It's not, but it feels like one. All right, we're going to take a look at this Itasca storm. It's doing some sort of spinny mischief potential here, it looks like. Notice we're starting to see a rear flank downdraft evolve out of this. You got a pretty clear-cut hook echo as your rear flank downdraft swinging around. Small, but still sturdy. You can see we're seeing some rotation develop here. Can't completely rule out a quick spinny doom spin-up tornado. But again, hail, straight line winds remain the big issue with this. We'll keep an eye on it. Again, we got some stuff trying to go up over McLennan County, east to, Mahia, Groesbeck, Mott, Fairfield, 84. This heavy rain could cause some flooding issues as it becomes more established. Lightning, maybe some small hail, gusty winds. For now, if they intensify, they're going to be stronger than that. These storms aren't really moving much right now. Back out here, we've got, again, a couple supercells. They're moving southeast at 30-35 miles an hour with big hail, big wind, a lot of lightning, heavy rain. Let me turn off the, we'll hit this. It'll hopefully give you tracks. So again, these tracks you see, little bubbles of life. That's a 1-hour storm track. So in an hour, Northern Hill County into western Navarro County, with storm number 1 up north, storm number 2 moving towards Valley Mills. All these storms from Waco to Fairfield really just are sitting there right now. We'll see what happens when these storms from the northwest approach. Down to the Concho Valley, a tornado warning until 5:45 p.m. continues. Let me read the text on this for you. It continues for 5 whole minutes. At 5:34 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado baseball-sized hail is over Camp San Saba, moving east at 25, moving east-southeast at 25, down 71 pretty much. This storm could be approaching northwestern sides of Llano by, let's say, 7 p.m. If it accelerates, it's going to be there before 7. Make sure we have no developing stormies here in the hill country in central Texas. We'll change radars. A little shower east of Fredericksburg. Otherwise, there's nothing going on down here right now. We'll keep an eye on it. Back up in northeast Texas we go. Where we'll end up, well, who knows. Severe storm south of Avery, approaching Highway 259 near DeKalb. This is moving more easterly and weakening. No more tornado warning, but hail, damaging winds. But again, this storm's weakening pretty quickly. This thing appears to be dying at the rate my hairline did in my 20s, so it's probably not going to be making too much hail too much longer. Which is good. So again, DeKalb, this thing turned left. It's probably going to be an issue for you. Maybe some quarter-size hail. Hail threats decreasing quickly. Same thing goes for these storms up on 82. Looks like they're dying pretty quick. Bells, you've still got some quarter to golf ball size hail. We'll see if that storm dies. We got a few more around Nakona. I broke the radar program, so we're going to have to restart it real quick. Boo-hoo, we'll deal with it. All right. What time is it? It's time to get a watch. That's what time it is. Oh, right. So let's stop everything real quick. Let's take a look at what we expect for the remainder of the evening. I'm going to have to watch that movie tonight. Darn it. All right, we're going to press that. We're going to press that. The Sound of Music. That's what I'm going to have to watch tonight. All right, let's load the high-res rapid refresh model. We'll go to 6 o'clock. I just want to show you what this model thinks is going on. Okay, it's not doing too bad. It's not perfect, but meh, at least it'll give us an idea of what things may look like over the next few hours. That's all I'm looking for. Let's loop this from 7 p.m. this evening through 3 a.m. I'm going to let the animation load. It'll play, and then hopefully we'll see this let us go to bed by midnight. Well, look at that. It still does. So again, storms underway now. Parts of North Texas, moving out of the Concho Valley into the hill country, will continue to move southeast this evening into the Brazos Valley, into East Texas and Southeast Texas. These strongest storms will produce hail larger than the size of a baseball, damaging hurricane-force winds over 75 miles an hour. A tornado cannot be ruled out. Heavy rainfall will cause areas of localized flooding, especially across portions of central Texas and the Brazos Valley. Notice, we look like we're going to be done by midnight. Storms weaken as they move into southeast Texas or exit East Texas into Louisiana. So our main issues will be now through probably midnight. It looks like both these storms have managed, or several of these storms appear to be ahead of the cold front again, which is not something you see too often, but does increase the possibility of severe weather. We'll turn the radar on, we'll turn everything on, we'll turn the satellite off. Apparently, I just broke the satellite data. Was that necessary?
A new tornado warning has been issued for Mason, McCulloch, and San Saba County in Texas.
Alright, it's going to be a new tornado warning until 6:15 p.m. A tornado warning for southeastern McCulloch, northeastern Mason, southwestern San Saba counties. That's the southernmost storm southeast of Mason. This storm's capable of producing a tornado near Fredonia, moving southeast at 35, so it's a little faster now. The potential for tennis ball to baseball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. For what it's worth, this storm keeps up, it's going to be visiting Llano by 7 o'clock. That storm near Carl's Corner is doing some mischievous things. I don't like that particularly much. Again, here's what else we're dealing with. We got that storm that was on 82 far northeast Texas. That thing's weakening quickly. That thing's going away faster than my hairline. You can see the hail core went.
Texas local storm report from 5 miles south of Avery in Red River County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 0.88 inches. Reported by local official. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bosque, Coryell, Hamilton, and McLennan County in Texas.
Alright, so here's just a radar loop over the last hour. And again, you can see most of these storms are producing hail. We've seen a weakening trend over the last 20 minutes on the storms in Texoma along Highway 82. The storm that produced golf ball size hail in Sherman has weakened now as it approaches Bonham. I'm going to knock this loop back to an hour. We've got enough going on. The storm that had a possible tornado in eastern Lamar County and Red River County earlier, it's dunsies. It's probably not even producing pea-sized hail. Well, it might be making pea-sized hail, dime-sized hail now. We got a new severe thunderstorm watch until midnight for the Hill Country, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, and portions of Southeast and East Texas. We'll look at that soon. We've got a severe storm approaching Hillsboro, Carl's Corner. That could have baseball-sized hail, winds over 70 miles an hour. We have a report of softball-sized hail, 4.5 inches in diameter, on Highway 171. Southeast of Covington. So again, the storm from Itasca to near Carl's Corner has now produced softball-sized hail. That is hail, 4.5 inches in diameter. That's larger than a grapefruit. In case you're wondering, the size of a DVD, a CD, I know most of you watching this stream, at least on some of these hipper, younger generation social media networks, have no idea what a DVD is. That is 5 inches in diameter. So between the size of a softball and the size of a DVD/CD, that is nasty hail. That's the kind of hail that'll go through your roof. We got a severe storm now back. That's what this and that hail report was with this storm in Northern Hill County. That thing's also trying to spin up a little circulation. We're going to watch that carefully. We've got a little cluster of severe storms now from Clifton back to Jonesboro, moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour. This cluster has the potential of damaging straight-line winds, large hail as it rides down Highway 6, almost back to 36. We got some storms going up on Highway 84 from Waco all the way to Fairfield, all the way at this point to Palestine. Those storms are not severe. They have heavy rain, hail, or small hail, gusty winds. At this point, that's all they're doing, but they will produce heavy rain. We're going to have to watch for some flooding issues. And then we've got nasty supercell of doom dropping softball-sized hail, 4.5 inches in diameter, probably winds over 70 miles an hour. This storm is on 35W now, just north of Hillsboro. It's also about to cross 35E around Carl's Corner, just north of Hillsboro. You do not want to be on that highway.
Texas local storm report from 3 miles south-southeast of Itasca in Hill County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, tennis ball size hail between Itasca and Hillsboro.
On 35W/81. So again, tennis balls on 35W around Itasca right now. Probably not going to get any better. We'll zoom out. Again, we got a severe storm with a possible spin-up tornado, destructive hail. This is on 71 now, southeast of Brady. Should be exiting Camp San Saba shortly, east of 377, moving down 71 towards Fredonia, Potomac, or how do you say this? Pontotoc, Valley Spring, and eventually the stormy is going to say yippity-doo, yippity-yay, hey Lano, let's play! And y'all are going to get hail and wind. Heavy rain and lightning. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado as well, but I'll be honest, the main issue today is going to be hail and wind and localized flooding. with the occasional issue of a spin-up tornado. Back out we go. We're going to keep an eye on things. So what we're going to do over the next few minutes is we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. You're going to get some music, and we'll be back by 6 p.m. at the latest.
Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, golf ball size hail reported in Cranville's Gap. A new tornado warning has been issued for Llano County in Texas.
And again, for those of you watching, I'm just audibly talking now. I'll switch back to this. I guess you can look at me if I'm audibly talking. There's no reason I can't, just let you listen to me. We do have that storm with a tornado warning now southeast of Brady. The Weather Service has gone ahead and extended that tornado warning down into portions of Llano County. This is going to be a longer duration warning. A severe storm located about 17 miles northeast of Mason near Pontotoc, moving southeast down Highway 71 at about 35 miles an hour. That storm is capable of producing tennis ball to baseball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and a tornado can't be ruled out. So that tornado warning does include Valley Spring. It includes the city of Llano, Oxford. It does not yet include the Buchanan Dam. But again, that's going to be your tornado warning now. We've got other storms, one on 35W, 35E at the 35 split near Hillsborough and points just north. That storm could have damaging hail, damaging winds, all sorts of nonsense with that. We've got a little cluster of storms now that extends from Clifton back southwest to Jonesboro, moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour. That storm could bring golf ball size hail, winds over 65 miles an hour to places like China Springs, Valley Mills, and Gatesville over the next 30 minutes to 45 minutes. A strong storm with maybe some nickel-size hail over the northwest sides of Waco now, up to Lacey Lakeview, North Crest. Southeast of the Waco airport, but still pretty much Belmead, northwest side of Waco, northwest of 84, down to let's just say it's at this point 4 miles north of Woodway. That little storm is starting to produce some small hail now. Lightning, heavy rain. And then we've got some showers firing up all the way east on 84, east on 164, through Prairie Hill, Hallsburg, Rysel, Martz, Forest Glade, Mahia to Fairfield and Tige, all the way to Palestine. Those are not severe at this point. They're capable of producing some moderate to heavy rainfall. The potential for small hail, lightning. We'll see if they intensify. So again, that's what we're looking at right now. The storms that were up on Highway 82 have weakened. Not really severe anymore. The one that was producing hail is now over to Cab. Honestly, I'd be surprised if it had even dime-size hail at this point. That is a lot weaker.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Mason, McCulloch, and San Saba County in Texas.
Sounds like they're letting that go. What is this? What are you doing, little Stormy? Again, if you're in Carl's Corner right now, you're getting nasty hail all the way up to Itasca 35W, at least tennis ball size hail. It may be baseballs or bigger. We had a report of softball size hail.
Texas local storm report from 3 miles west of Carl's Corner in Hill County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, golf ball size hail north of Hillsboro.
Well, there you go. Report of golf ball size hail north of Hillsboro. And then again, we've got just another storm at this point from, let's just say Clifton back to Jonesboro, moving southeast towards Valley Mills, Crawford, McGregor at 40 miles an hour. That's got the potential for golf ball size hail, winds over 65 miles an hour. We have a storm over Fredonia to Pontotoc, moving southeast down 71 towards Valley Springs, Llano. That storm could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and maybe a tornado. Again, at this point, I'm kind of ordering dinner, but I'm also taking a quick mental break from the monitors, so I'm just going to let y'all keep staring at me. Actually, here, let's do this. We're going to just let y'all listen to the music again. I'm going to leave the mic on so I can talk over the music. But we'll have a complete detailed update at 6:05 p.m. or sooner. But I'm just going to leave my mic on and talk over the music. Hopefully the music's not too loud for that, but if it is, well, I'll just stop talking. Again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We've got at 5:43 p.m. softball-size hail, 4.5 inches in diameter, is reported 5 miles southwest of Itasca. That storm is now over the north sides of Hillsborough to Call's Corner, moving towards, well, pretty much Bynum, Irene, Mertens, Milford. A second severe storm. I'll just let you look at me again, even though I'm ugly. From near Clifton to Valley Mills, back west of Jonesboro, is moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour. That storm is moving towards Crawford, McGregor, Oldsby, Gatesville. We got a storm going up now over Belmead, northwest sides of the city of Waco. That storm does now look like it is probably capable of producing quarter-size hail. That's perked up a bit. We'll pop down to the high-res radar so y'all can see what I mean. That storm over, again, northwest sides of Waco, up to Belmead, probably capable of producing quarter-size hail now, so we may see a severe thunderstorm warning for that in a moment. Storms farther east, the Tige and Fairfield aren't doing anything. Storm back over Brady, well, way southeast of Brady now, honestly. Moving from near Fredonia to Pontotoc to Valley Spring, moving towards Llano. Could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds, the potential for a tornado. Back up into North Texas we go. Good news is this activity along Highway 82 is dying down. You can see Gainesville, Sherman, you're clear. Bottom, you've still got a storm with maybe some pea-sized hail. That's moving towards Roxton and Paris, but all this other activity in northeast Texas has quieted down considerably over the last hour, and that should remain the general theme over the next hour as the rest of this activity continues to weaken. So the severe weather threat in northeast Texas and Texoma is diminishing, which is good news. We just have the one storm left moving from Sherman over to Bonham, and that could have maybe some pea-sized hail. So again, y'all in northeast Texas she'll be good over the next while. Again, back southwest, you can see we've still got this activity moving from southwest to northeast. How about this? We say it rightly, northwest to southeast. Dyslexia. At about 25 to 40 miles an hour, the strongest storms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, heavy rainfall.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hill and Navarro County in Texas.
And the storm southeast of Brady, Pontotoc to Fredonia to Valley Spring, that's a lot weaker now. Much, 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 much weaker. Still a tornado warning for Llano County. I'm popping over to take a look at my radar. But I wouldn't be shocked if they cancel that tornado warning. Just based on the way things are looking now. But again, these storms are going to continue moving from the northwest to the southeast. The potential for large hail.
Texas local storm report from Itasca in Hill County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
Potential for large hail, damaging winds, a low threat for a tornado this evening, along with localized heavy rainfall that could result in minor instances of flooding. Oh, excuse me. So again, what we're going to do right now, since we're not doing too bad, I'm going to actually take a legitimate 10-minute break now, let y'all listen to music. We'll be back at 6:15, but we will be back sooner if necessary. I'm not standing up or anything. I mean, I probably should. I need a walking treadmill in here, but we'll be keeping an eye on things. So again, we'll be back by 6:15, sooner if necessary, hopefully not in 20 seconds. We'll talk to you again in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. It's Baldy in Chief time. It's 6:15 on the 9th of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy in Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring scattered severe thunderstorms across portions of North Texas, the eastern Concho Valley, into parts of Central Texas now. Texoma and Northeast Texas, y'all were having the fun earlier. Well, now you're done. Happy birthday, Merry Christmas, whatever holiday you want it to be. I guess it's almost Memorial Day. These storms in Northeast Texas, they're dunsies. No more severe weather up there in all likelihood. Y'all are good. Not so much across portions of Central Texas and the Brazos Valley over the next few hours. We're currently monitoring, I guess technically 4 severe thunderstorms now. We've got a new storm that's gone up over the city of Waco. That's dropping all sorts of heavy rain and quarter-size hail. That's moving towards Hallsburg and Mart right now. That's moving east at a brisk 10 miles an hour. The rest of our storms we're dealing with at the moment are currently moving southeast at a higher rate of motion at about, well, 30 to 35 miles an hour, really. One supercell from near Bynum to Malone is moving southeast towards Hubbard. That storm could have tennis ball size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour. Hillsboro, Carl's Corner, Itasca, you're clear. We've got a little line of severe storms from Valley Mills down towards Gatesville now. Those storms are moving southeast. They could have wind gusts over 65 miles an hour. And at least quarter to ping pong ball size hail in places like Crawford to Gatesville over the next, 20 minutes. After that, those storms are moving southeast towards Waco, Moody, McGregor, Oldsby, Leon Junction, Flat, The Grove, Moffett, and eventually Bruceville, Eddy, and Lorena over the next 45 minutes. Back down into Llano County, we've got a thunderstorm that is currently still tornado warned for some reason. I honestly have no idea why. This storm is a shell of its former self. It has gone from super duper drop baseball size hail and Brady to a fledgling little thunderstorm capable of maybe quarter size hail on a good day with maybe some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. I do not expect this tornado warning to be extended. As you can tell, I'm not impressed by it in any way, shape, or form. But, I mean, I'm seeing pictures. This thing is high base. No. I mean, it's rotating aloft, yes, but it really is not. It would have to do something spectacularly unexpected at this point to go tornadic in the next 5 minutes. But we'll watch it because that's what we do with the stormies. We watch them until they shrivel up and die like my hairline. So again, at this point, main issues, this tornado warning in Llano County, yes, we're watching it, but that storm really is not all that impressive right now. These storms in southern North Texas into central Texas, they're more impressive in all comparativity words. These storms are capable of producing, let's just say quarter to tennis ball size hail, wind gusts of 55 to 75 miles an hour. They're moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. That storm sitting over the northeast sides of Waco, over towards Hallsburg, really is not moving. Eventually, when these storms further to the west and north catch up with it, I expect they're going to start pushing that southeast, and that'll be the eventual upscale growth into a cluster of thunderstorms we talked about earlier. And as these storms continue to grow into a cluster and move southeast, the potential for damaging straight line winds, potentially hurricane force straight line winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour, could increase as these storms move into portions of central Texas and the Brazos Valley over the next couple of hours, along with the threat of hail and localized flooding from heavy rainfall. All right, let's take a look at the high-res, super-duper awesome blossom, hey, I can make marketing terms out of my head too, weather model. And this is going to be for this evening into early tomorrow morning. We're going to clear everything off this map. We're going to hit the super-duper state button of life that lets us say, hello, state. We're going to turn that timestamp off. We're going to turn this timestamp on. We're going to make sure we have the latest model. What we're going to do is, I just want to see what this model had at 6 o'clock. It's not doing too bad. It's displacing some of this by a county or two to the north, but, that's okay. At least it'll give us a general glimpse into what we expect overnight, I'm just going to load this model through 2 a.m. because we're going to be done with this by midnight, I think. You can see this model does have storms moving into central Texas, the Brazos Valley, and portions of East Texas over the next couple of hours. The strongest storms are likely going to produce damaging straight-line winds over 75 miles an hour, the potential for tennis ball to softball size hail, especially with any discrete supercells. Once these grow into a cluster, the threat for baseball to softball size hail is going to decrease. We're still going to have hail, but the main issue likely is going to switch over to damaging straight line winds of 60 to 80, hopefully not 90 miles an hour, a low to very low threat of a tornado, and locally heavy rainfall that may cause some spotty flash flooding. These storms, at least once this cluster evolves, are going to be moving pretty quickly southeast, reducing the threat. We have, super excessive rains like we did last week, or the last 2 weeks, sitting on one spot for a prolonged period. And as you can see, this model thinks we're done by midnight. Storms either move into Louisiana, or the storms moving into southeast Texas weaken by the time they reach Houston and I-10 by midnight. So with that being said, we're not going to have to stay up all night and babysit storms. But we still have to get through the next couple of hours, the next few hours, with these storms moving from northwest to southeast across the state of Texas, and specifically the Hill Country, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, and the portions of East Texas. I'll put watches on here. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch through midnight that includes the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, the Hill Country.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Coryell and McLennan County in Texas
and East Texas through midnight, and again, does not include the Houston Metro, doesn't include the Golden Triangle around Beaumont to Jasper. It includes Central Texas, the Hill Country, the Brazos Valley, East Texas through midnight. Tornado watch, if you're northwest of these storms from Brady to, Hillsborough, you're done. Tornado watch might as well just go bye-bye at this point, in all honesty. Main issue is going to be damaging winds, hail, and localized heavy rainfall. And that'll be over the next pretty much 4 to 5 hours as these storms move into the Hill Country, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, and East Texas. So again, that's going to be the issue with these. I'll turn off the watches. I'll turn the warnings back on. You can see that cluster of storms now from Gatesville to Crawford moving southeast with the potential for golf ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds over the next 30 minutes to 40 minutes in Leon Junction to Moody to Lorena to Hewitt to Woodway, and then the storm on the east sides of Waco capable of producing quarter-size hail to Hallsburg, and then we've got a storm over Irene to Malone to Bynum that looks weaker than it did earlier. That hail core has come down a lot. We might have quarter to ping pong ball size hail now versus softballs. So hopefully the hail cores keep coming down, and that would likely indicate we're transitioning from big hail to damaging winds for the main issue with severe storms over the next few hours. So we're going to keep an eye on things here. I do not expect the tornado warning for Llano County to be extended, and we're going to keep an eye on things. So we're going to be back here with another update at 6:40 p.m., sooner if necessary, as these storms continue to accelerate southeastward towards the Hill Country, Central Texas, and the Brazos Valley.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Llano County in Texas. severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Falls and Limestone County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We have no tornado warnings. We are monitoring an evolving cluster of severe thunderstorms now across portions of southern North Texas, moving towards the central Texas Brazos Valley area. We're also monitoring thunderstorms across pretty much the hill country at this point. They're out of the Concho Valley. The severe thunderstorm threat in Texoma and North Texas and Northeast Texas has pretty much ended. This one storm that's approaching Paris may have some small hail with it, but otherwise, it's over. Dunsies. The threat for East Texas, the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, and the Hill Country continues through about 11 p.m. We're monitoring a cluster of thunderstorms moving from northwest to southeast now. Have a history of producing damaging winds, large hail. We had a tornado warning for Llano County for a bit. That's gone. We're definitely seeing the hail indications decrease now. We're not dealing with, baseball, tennis ball, softball size hail. We are dealing with an increasing damaging wind threat, however, heavy rainfall, and still some quarter to ping pong ball size hail. This activity is moving southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. We're going to take a look now at the higher res radar data. I want to look at this storm near McGregor. Now, yes, you would think that's a hook echo, and technically you'd be right, but this is not really a tornadic circulation. This is, however, pushing out a lot of wind. The damaging wind threat from Oglesby to west of Moody and eventually down towards Morgan's Point Resort and Temple Belton is going to increase with this damaging wind event coming in from the northwest, seeing winds over 70 miles an hour with this wet microburst coming down, or wet downburst. Also still some threat for hail, maybe up to the size of ping pong balls or golf balls around McGregor. We've got storms further east now, city of Waco, all the way east along 164, Hallsburg, Mart, Riesel to Groesbeck, and this is all moving southeast now at about 30 miles an hour. These storms east of Waco aren't moving that much, but they're probably going to start getting pushed southeast with this cluster coming in from the northwest. You can see we've got a storm over Hubbard. That has some strong winds, maybe quarter-size hail. And yeah, some probably gusty outflow winds as well. Back down into the hill country, these thunderstorms, we'll look from Granger, Llano County, starting to see a bit of an organization trend with these again. The hail threat's probably picking back up a bit, maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail. These storms are moving east-southeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. They were moving faster earlier, but then they kind of died and reformed, and they're moving slower again. These are still on track to probably say hello to Interstate 35 a bit later and the hill country. Again, hail, strong outflow winds with that, and then this evolving cluster of thunderstorms moving across central Texas towards the Brazos Valley. An increasing threat of damaging straight-line winds, heavy rainfall, pocket change size hail with that, as they move southeast at closer to 20 to 30 miles an hour. And again, we have one storm around Paris that might have some pea to dime size hail over the city. That is not severe. Let's go ahead. We're going to clear all this off the screen. We're going to zoom back out to the state to say hello. We're going to switch over to the super-de-duper high-resolution rapid refresh model just to see what's going on tonight. I may have to sneeze first, though. We'll see. Bless me. Excuse me. Whatever the word's supposed to be. All right, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to press that. We're going to press that. We're going to load the HER for 7 o'clock. I just want to see how it's doing. Not too bad. Again, this is what the model thinks the radar is going to look like at 7. We have a few showers in East Texas, but nothing that's overly rambunctious like this is showing right now. And then that Sherman thing is not there. We've got a single storm around Paris. Those are weakening. All right, we're going to let this play from 8 o'clock through 2 a.m. because we're probably going to be done by midnight. Load the loop. Zoom out. You can see this still has storms moving southeast. It actually does keep a few storms in Texoma, northeast Texas. They're behaving, but we'll see. That might continue. So there may still be a few storms sticking around Texoma, northeast Texas this evening with mostly behaved weather. Otherwise, these storms that are in the hill country, northern portions of central Texas, will move southeast across the Brazos Valley. The hill country, central Texas, into east Texas through about 11 p.m., and then weakening or moving into Louisiana. Either way, if this is right, we're going to be done by 11 p.m. to midnight. Until then, storms capable, the strongest of the storms at least, damaging winds 60, 70, maybe even over 80 miles an hour at times. The potential for quarter to tennis ball size hail, though the hail threat seems to be coming back down towards quarter to golf ball. Can't totally rule out some bigger hail if we get a sustained supercell structure again. And then right now we have the highest wind threat just west of Moody, Oglesby, moving towards Moffett, Morgan's Point Resort, and Temple. So what we're going to do is we'll have another update here at 7:05. We'll be back sooner if necessary. Otherwise, y'all keep enjoying the music. Enjoy the radar stream. We'll be here if we need to be back before 7:05. That is what we shall do.
new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bell, Falls, and McLennan County in Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Freestone, Limestone, and Navarro County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Blanco, Burnett, Gillespie, and Llano County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers and now full of food, Baldy and Chief David Reimer. A happy Baldy is a good Baldy, and now I am caffeinated and full of food, which means it's time to do more weather. Let's talk about what's going on. First off, stormies in northeast Texas, Texoma. Yeah, we may see a few showers and storms continue through the evening. The severe weather threat is low. Maybe a wee bit of hail, localized heavy rain. Can I help you?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Falls and Limestone County in Texas.
But our main issue with rowdy stormies, or rambunctious stormies, as I put it this morning after getting out the thesaurus, was and shall be this cluster of thunderstorms evolving across portions of central Texas, moving into the Brazos Valley in the hill country. Let's talk about what's going on. These storms, roughly from Troy down over to Marlin to Groesbeck, are moving southeast now at about, what do they got them moving at? At about 30 miles an hour. The storms that were east of Waco, that were not moving as expected, began moving southeast pretty darn quickly when the squall line / evolving storms evolved and pushed them southeast. These storms are moving southeast now at about 30 miles an hour. Pretty nasty storm from near Troy up to Bruceville, Eddy, and Moody, about to enter Temple, Bell Falls, Chilton to Lott, damaging outflow winds with that possible. Storms further northeast, same thing. From Thornton to Groesbeck, Reagan, all the way up to near Coolidge, Mahia. The potential for pocket change size hail, outflow winds of 50 to 60 to 70 miles an hour. And most of these storms are moving southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. Back into the hill country we go. We're seeing some additional storm development now further east to Highway 281. I'm going to stop this loop. We're going to switch over to the super duper fancy high-res radar because it's cuter. And it may be more cute, but it may also just not want to turn on for me because it hates me. Here you go. You can see we have a trio of supercells that have developed northwest of Johnson City, west of Round Mountain. These storms are moving southeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. They are trying to organize, and this could actually bump the hail threat up again, as one of these is probably going to organize into a supercell, move southeast towards the Dripping Springs, Wimberley area over the next hour. So again, we're going to have to watch this area of organizing thunderstorm activity from Round Mountain to Johnson City to back northwest near Oxford. Right now, ping pong ball size hail, localized damaging winds, and then these storms could eventually end up down in Hayes County around Wimberley to Dripping Springs, maybe into northwestern or northern Carmel County over the next hour. And again, could be an intense storm that organizes out of this. For what it's worth, seeing a bit of an interesting little signature with this storm near Troy. Let me show you what we're looking at here. This little line you see, this is an outflow boundary. Kind of highlighted there. This would suggest this storm is behind that boundary, but still, that's a pretty suspicious looking little hook echo there, at the least damaging straight line wind potential. We'll keep an eye on just in case it tries to do some sort of spinny doom. For all intent and purposes, there is a little bit of a signature right there with that. So we'll keep an eye on it, but at this point, yeah, we're not particularly concerned about tornadoes, but it can't completely be ruled out. And then you can see we've also got some scattered showers trying to get going here in the Brazos Valley into East Texas. Let's take a look at the super duper high resolution rapid refresh model. And to do that, I have to press some buttons. You'd think one day I'd program it to do it, but if I do that, I have to reprogram all my other buttons. And to be honest, that just sounds like a lot of work, and I'm lazy. But eventually I'll have to do it. So let's load the HER. Now we're going to see what the HER shows at 7 o'clock. You can see, okay, fine. It's not perfect, but it's not too bad either. It's overzealous with this stuff on the Red River and Easter Tex over the Arklatex. Now let's load this from, we're going to look from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. because hopefully things are going to be calming down. You can see it does keep a few showers and storms in the Arklatex, northeast Texas this evening. Those are unlikely to be super severe, or really severe. Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, East Texas, storms are going to continue moving southeast for the next few hours, but should be mostly weakening by, 11 p.m. or moving into Louisiana, which means hopefully we're going to be done this in a few hours, which would be very, very nice. But again, until then, we've got intensifying storms near Johnson City. Those are going to be an issue for I-35 around, maybe from New Braunfels up to Austin in the next 90 minutes. The potential for Dripping Springs, Henley First, Wimberley. We've got some severe storms from near Bruceville, Eddy, and Troy, all the way to near Groesbeck, north to Mahia. And all this will continue moving southeast. Did this not play? Continue moving southeast over the next few hours with the severe weather threat concentrated in Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, the Hill Country, and maybe a bit of East Texas before going by about 11 p.m. So, 4 more hours of this, and then we can be done. And then no more severe storms for a while. It's going to rain this weekend, but the severe weather threat looks low. So, we'll go back to the real-time radar loop. I'll actually turn the radar data on because, that's always a nice thing to do, so y'all can actually see the stormies. Make sure the warnings are on. They are. And we're just going to keep an eye on things here. We're going to keep doing these updates about every 20 minutes or so, so we'll have our next one at 7:30. If we need to come back before then, we shall. I'm not necessarily, getting up and walking around and leaving everything. I'm just sitting here keeping an eye on things, eating my dinner, like the rather obese Baldian chief I am. And we'll see what happens. But again, Central Texas, the Hill Country, the Brazos Valley, under the gun over the next few hours with large hail, damaging winds, and heavy rainfall. We'll be back at 7:30 with our next update sooner, if necessary.
Texas. Texas local storm report from 2 miles west-southwest of Groesbeck in Limestone County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by fire department/rescue. Additional information, Groesbeck FP reported P to golf ball sized hail on FM 2489 near Groesbeck, TX. Texas local storm report from 2 miles north of Johnson City in Blanco County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.25 inches. Reported by public. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bell, Falls, and Milam County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 2 miles north of Johnson City in Blanco County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches. Reported by public. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Leon, Limestone, and Robertson County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 3 miles south-southeast of Johnson City in Blanco County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.75 inches. Reported by Storm Chaser.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is 7:30 on the 9th of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Bully-in-Chief David Rammer. We're monitoring a cluster of thunderstorms moving southeast into the Brazos Valley, the hill country, towards south central Texas. The strongest of these storms currently extend from near, let's just say, Mahia down to Groesbeck to Buffalo, all the way through Hewitt, Marquez, out to KOSSE, down to Braymond, Hammond, back west to Rosebud, east to Temple and Belton now. Kind of a break, and then we have another pretty nasty, severe storm that's quickly developed between Dripping Springs and Johnson City in the hill country. These storms as a whole are moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. We were talking before or during our last cut-in about the cluster of storms, the 3 supercells out around Johnson City, and how it would likely be one of those storms evolved into a big, bad, very mad storm. Well, now it has, and it's probably dropping at least golf ball size hail, as you could hear via the audible reports over the last few minutes around Johnson City, and the hail cores are really ramping up with that. We may be getting back into the tennis ball size range with that pretty quick as it moves into northwestern Hays County. That storm is going to be moving east-southeast pretty much towards Henley, Wood Creek, Wimberley, maybe as far east as Dripping Springs in western Hays County over the next little while. That's going to be taking a beeline for San Marcos down to New Braunfels over the next hour by 9 o'clock. And right now, this thing could be producing increasingly large, rather unhappy, destructive hail, in addition to the potential for damaging straight-line winds and heavy rain. Seen a pretty good wind surge now southeast of Johnson City, so we could be doing golf ball to tennis ball size hail, winds over 70 miles an hour, outflow winds. So there's that. That's with the storm. Again, this big, bad, very mad storm over Johnson City moving down towards western Hays County. Further northeast we go. The stormies continue to progress southeast into the northern Brazos Valley with the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Localized damaging wind gusts over 60 to at times 70 miles an hour. Those storms are also producing heavy rainfall that could result in areas of flash flooding, especially since we're getting back into the areas that got a whole lot of rain over the last couple weeks. So soils remain saturated. It will not take long to get some runoff here across several portions of the state. Yes, I'm wearing snowflake pajama bottoms. I like snow. Deal with it. And as we continue northeast, we do have scattered showers and thunderstorms that are increasing in coverage across East Texas, up into Northeast Texas. None of these other storms are severe at this point, but they may have maybe some small hail, some gusty winds, and the potential for locally heavy rainfall and cloud-to-ground lightning. Otherwise, again, what we're expecting over the next few hours is these storms back across the hill country into northern portions of the Brazos Valley to move southeast at about 30 miles an hour, continuing across I-35 and the highly populated portions of south central Texas, meaning someone's going to have an ouchies in the next hour and a half with wind and hail. These storms moving through the Brazos Valley, they're going to continue as well. Bryan College Station, y'all are probably going to be enjoying some wind, rain, and maybe hail here in the next couple of hours. And we'll keep an eye on all these other storms increasing in coverage across East Texas. Some of those may become on the strong side with maybe a bit of pocket change size hail, gusty winds, a lot of cloud to ground lightning, and heavy rainfall. And we're expecting that this activity will all continue to progress southeast at about 30 miles an hour with the main cluster of storms. The other storms, the individual storms across northeast Texas, East Texas, they're moving more to the east slowly. So again, we're going to be back here with another update about, let's say, we'll do about 7:55. These storms continue across Brazos Valley, Hill Country, Central Texas, East Texas for the next few hours. We should be quieting down by about 11 p.m. to midnight as these storms in East Texas move into Louisiana. Storms farther west weakening as they get closer to I-10 in Southeast Texas later this evening. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You've got your local weather forecast, interactive weather radars, storm chasing video, live severe weather coverage, and your daily Texas weather roundup, forecast, video, and written articles. So head on over, find our app. It's free. Just search for us where you download apps for your device. And again, we'll be back here at 7:55, sooner if necessary.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Caddo County in Louisiana, Harrison, and Panola County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Blanco, Hayes, and Travis County in Texas.
We're going to come back and actually talk about this one a bit. The Weather Service in New Braunfels has just issued a severe thunderstorm warning. That is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, so a lot of folks out here are going to be getting a phone notification about baseball-size hail. So given the fact, let's talk about this for a few minutes, and then we'll just, take a break and come back at 8. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for portions of southern Travis, Hayes, and eastern Blanco counties in south-central/central Texas. A severe thunderstorm is located over Henley, 9 miles west of Dripping Springs. This thunderstorm is moving east at 40 miles an hour. And the reason a lot of y'all just got phone notifications, if you live in that area, is the thunderstorm has the potential for baseball-size hail. So that is why the Weather Service has, for the lack of a better word, ding-a-linged your phone, and why all y'all's phones just went yippity-doo, yippity-yay, we're all going to die with hail, hooray. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm near Henley, about 9 miles west of Dripping Springs. We'll take a closer look here. I'm not sure why that warning's not popping up on my sources yet.
Blanco County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.75 inches. Reported by Broadcast Media. Additional information: golf ball-sized hail in Johnson City.
So this is going to be a thunderstorm on the Hayes Blanco County line, moving east-southeast towards San Marcos, Wimberley, Wood Creek, Dripping Springs, Mountain City, Kyle, Hunter. This thunderstorm has the potential to produce destructive hail. This thunderstorm also has the potential of producing damaging straight-line winds. There's no tornado warning with it right now. Can't completely rule out it trying to go tornadic at some point with a brief tornado, but at this point it is not tornadic. We're going to be keeping a close eye on it, though, that's for sure. So those of you in Wimberley, Wood Creek, San Marcos, Kyle, Mountain City, Buda, Tanglewood Forest, San Lena, Bear Creek, Dripping Springs, Henley, Hayes County, Southern Travis County, prepare for a damaging hailstorm. This storm will remain south of the city of Austin. This storm is moving towards Buda and Kyle, maybe San Marcos, on Interstate 35. This thunderstorm has the potential of producing baseball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds over 65 miles an hour, and we're keeping an eye out just in case it tries to develop a wee bit of a low-level rotation. But again, this will be approaching Interstate 35 between 8:30 and 8:40 from southern Travis County near San Lena down through Buda, Kyle, Mountain City, San Marcos, moving across portions of Wood Creek, Wimberley, with the potential of baseball-size hail, damaging straight line winds over 65 miles an hour. Yeah, we're keeping an eye out just in case it tries to develop a bit of a low-level circulation out here. We see weak evidence of a circulation aloft with this. That would be the inflow region into this thunderstorm. I think you can easily see we've got quite a bit of hail. It's going to be on Highway 290 around Dripping Springs to Henley. We could have golf ball to baseball size hail. This storm is moving east-southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour, with the potential of baseball size hail, damaging winds, heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning, and we are watching some mid-level rotation, seeing if it is able to lower into the lower levels of the storm and intensify. So again, those of you in Hays County, far southern portions of Travis County, and far eastern portions of Blanco County, prepare for a destructive severe thunderstorm capable of producing baseball-size hail, winds of at least 60 miles an hour. This warning includes San Marcos, Kyle, Buda, Dripping Springs, Wimberley, Tanglewood Forest, Wood Creek, Mustang Ridge, Bear Creek, Henley, Shady Hollow, Onion Creek, Driftwood, Mountain City, and everyone around Hays County. So again, get ready for a big ol' hailstorm. Further northeast again, we continue to monitor thunderstorms moving southeast now into the northern Brazos Valley with the potential for maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour. And all that's going to be moving southeast at about 30. So again, we'll be back here at 8 o'clock sooner if necessary with our next severe weather update. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Polk and Trinity County in Texas. Texas local storm report from Groesbeck in Limestone County, Texas. Flash flood. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, emergency management reported urban flooding within the city of Groesbeck and high water near the Highway 14 and Highway 164 intersection.
Counters and window panes. Sun is bright, it's a new day, and I feel brand new. All the winter is gone. Seems it's been here so long. I wanna feel like I belong, part of something good. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. A new song in my heart. I'm seeing everything new, like for the first time, a perfect view. You could feel like this too. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. A new song in my heart. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. A new song in my heart. Storm is over, it's a new morning, it's something beautiful, oh so wonderful. I can feel it now, sun comes through the clouds, it's a brand new day. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. New song in my heart. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. A new song in my heart.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Angelina County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chaser Spalding Chief David Reimer. I guess it's pretty much evening at this point. Hey, how about we look at me? Hi, camera. I know I'm ugly, but you still got to look at me. Thank you. It is coming up now to 8 p.m. on this, the 9th of May, 2024. We've got scattered severe storms making a ruckus across portions of central Texas, the Hill Country, the Brazos Valley, and now East Texas. We're actually seeing some rather rambunctious increase in issues now over the last 20 minutes. Let's go over it. We're to go from west to east. We're going to look at the high-res radar here. Most storms, again, are going to be moving southeast. I don't know why I said again, but, well, I said it, and it's been said, so we're just going to deal with it. Okay, radar, how about we turn on? Hey, Cherry, you want to let me scoot up? Thank you. We've got a supercell thunderstorm in Hays County. This storm is capable and has a history of producing hail larger than the size of baseballs. We had a report south or west of Dripping Springs of softball-size hail. That was a little earlier, not too much earlier, but still. This storm is moving southeast towards...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Burnett and Williamson County in Texas.
Wimberley, Wood Creek, Kyle, San Marcos, Buda from Dripping Springs. And again, this storm has a history of producing softball-sized hail. Concerningly, we're also now seeing very strong signatures of wind approaching Wimberley. This is going to be a storm approaching Wimberley, the potential for baseball to softball-sized hail, and now wind gusts over 75 miles an hour. This storm is moving southeast at 30 miles an hour, with the potential for baseball to softball-sized hail, winds over 70 miles an hour. Wimberley, you're about to get smacked on the chin. Radar detecting winds nearly 80 miles an hour approaching Wimberley from the northwest. That's moving southeast. Again, this storm moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Up north, we've got a couple new storms developing from Burnett east to Florence. These storms are starting to show indications of strong wind and hail. This storm northwest of Florence moving south at 20 miles an hour. That's right behind the cool front. Same thing out to Buchanan Dam on Highway 29. These storms are moving south at about 20 miles per hour for now. Further east, storms here southeast of Rosebud, moving towards Hearn. The potential for hail, damaging winds. That storm moving southeast at 30. This son of a gun out here from Hewitt to Buffalo to Centerville. Now, this is a very high precipitation, rambunctious, angry storm. This thing's actually showing some indications of rotation. Wee bit of a hook echo. So, at the least, this thing definitely has the potential to produce some damaging straight-line winds, the potential for large to potentially destructive hail as it moves south towards Normandy, Madisonville, Midway.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Polk, San Jacinto, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas.
So again, that's moving southeast. Farther east we go, where we'll end up, who knows? We've got storms, Corrigan up to Dibble, south of Lufkin. These are moving off to the east at about 20 miles an hour. These could have golf ball size hail or tennis ball size hail. Very angry thunderstorm. Same thing goes now back on Highway 19. Riverside, Trinity, Grooveton. These are not tornadic, or shouldn't. I hope they're not tornadic, but at this point, they're hailers. We'll switch to a different radar. Yeah, we're not really seeing any significant rotation. Wouldn't expect to, but again, these could all have golf ball, tennis ball size hail. And they're going to be moving east, northeast. I'll put a loop on this at about 20 miles an hour. Oops. I broke. Let's do a half-hour loop here. So again, these storms moving east, northeast, slowly about 20. Both these storms from Riverside and Trinity out to Corrigan to Dibble, Burke, south of Lufkin, moving towards Huntington, Zavala, Manning, Groveton, could have tennis ball to golf ball, golf ball to tennis ball size hail, strong winds. Centerville, you've got a nasty storm. Golf ball size hail, winds over 70. Some rotation with this moving towards Leona, Normandy from Marquez and Centerville. That storm's moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Back west, we got a severe storm southeast of Rosebud moving towards Hearn. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Localized wind gust over 50 miles an hour. We've got a severe storm northwest of Florence, southeast of Land Passes on 183. That's generally moving towards Georgetown. The potential for quarter size hail with that. We've got a intense thunderstorm. This one's got a history of dropping softball size hail. It's moving southeast towards San Marcos, Kyle, Wimberley. The potential for damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. And golf ball, baseball, softball size hail. Looking back over to the radar, I'm really not happy at this wind signature. This is getting into the uh-oh territory. Now seeing winds over 90 miles an hour with this thunderstorm about to enter Wood Creek and Wimberley. Again, the potential for a destructive downburst. Tennis ball size hail. Wood Creek, Wimberley over the next few minutes as radar is detecting winds over 90 miles an hour with this thunderstorm. 80 to 90. That is ouchies. That's going to knock a lot of things down if that's happening at the surface. So again, those of you in Wimberley and Wood Creek, you should be in a safe place. Be away from west-north facing windows. The potential for tornado-like winds coming into both communities over the next several minutes, along with wind-driven hail, could be up to the size of tennis balls. Hail cores come down a bit over the last little while. So probably tennis ball size hail now versus softballs, but with such a strong wind signature, that's not good. Further north, northwest of Florence, this thing's starting to perk up more. Seeing indications of, need a disco ball. Could have indications of winds over 50 to 60 miles an hour, maybe golf ball size hail with this, and it's generally moving down 183, passing near or a bit west of Florence, near Briggs right now. Yeah, it's moving towards Florence. That could be an issue for Serenada to Georgetown over the next little while. We've got this storm southeast of Rosebud. That's moving southeast. That could have some quarter-size hail. That'll be in Hearn around 8:50. We've got this thing northeast or south of Centerville now, approaching Leona. That's got a pretty interesting little hook, which likely isn't tornadic, but is capable of pushing out winds over 75 miles an hour. So again, pretty nasty wind signature with that. Could also have at least golf ball size hail. Zooming out we go. We've got a severe storm, Trinity to Riverside. That's moving east-northeast. That storm, the potential to produce golf ball to tennis ball size hail. We've got storms from Corrigan up to Dibble, Burke, moving east-northeast 20 miles an hour. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Damaging winds with that. And again, all this is going to continue the next several hours as it moves, well, either east or southeast. Should be dying down by 11 p.m. to midnight, but until then, we've got issues in East Texas, the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, the Hill Country. And again, this thing in Wimberley, oh, that's even worse than it was a minute ago. Again, those of you in Wood Creek and Wimberley, I would not, you might want to treat this like a tornado in the sense that you've got hurricane force winds coming in that could be approaching 90 miles an hour with wind-driven tennis ball size hail, at least. So again, this thing could be throwing out winds well over hurricane force now in Wimberley and Wood Creek. This is the how strong the wind mode is on radar, and it's picking up winds near 90 miles an hour in Wood Creek, moving right down towards Wimberley. Could also have tennis ball to baseball size hail. Hayes, Buda, Mountain City, Kyle, San Marcos, prepare for a damaging hailstorm. Wood Creek, Wimberley, San Marcos, Kyle, prepare for damaging hail and the potential for hurricane force winds. This thing's got a heck of a lot of attitude right now, and again, could see winds, again, picking up 90-mile-an-hour winds around Wood Creek right now, moving down towards Wimberley, and eventually it's going to be moving towards San Marcos.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Grimes, Houston, Madison, and Walker County in Texas.
Alright, zoom back out. Let's show you what's going on now. This storm near Florence could now have tennis ball size hail. Storm going up near Burnett, dime size hail. If it intensifies, that's going to get bigger. Severe storm from Centerville to Leona moving southeast. The potential for tennis ball size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour in places like Madisonville, Ostonio, Lovelady, Badaeus. No, we're not doing that again. Normandy to North Zolch. That's complex of storms moving southeast down the Interstate 45 corridor at about 35 miles an hour. Damaging winds, big hail. Riverside Trinity, storm capable of quarter to golf ball size hail moving northeast towards Groveton. Severe storm over Corrigan, severe storm over Dibble and Burke, moving towards Zavala, Huntington, south sides of Lufkin. Potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Wind damage, winds over 60. I'll switch back out to the statewide view. I'll knock this down to an hour and actually load the radar data. We'll zoom back into where we've got issues. Again, Texoma, Northeast Texas, you've got nothing going on now. You're fine. Central Texas, Eastern Hill Country, Brazos Valley, East Texas. Yeah, we got problems. Yeah, boy, that hail core's coming up over Wimberley. San Marcos, Kyle, Wimberley, Mountain City, y'all need to be ready for big problems. By big problems, I mean the potential for baseball to softball size hail and 90-mile-an-hour winds. A life-threatening situation. But again, you can see what we've got going on around here. We got storms galore. So again, those of you from Centerville, Leona to Madisonville, severe storm, golf ball, tennis ball size hail, winds to 70, moving southeast down the interstate. Wimberley. Y'all need to, y'all got problems. Alright, we're going to go back to this, because this is a pretty dangerous situation. It's not tornadic, but that doesn't matter in this case. This thing's producing tornado-like winds and softball-sized hail. Wood Creek, now seeing winds of 93 miles an hour. Also seeing indications of baseball to softball-sized hail. Wimberley, Wood Creek. That ain't gonna be good for y'all. San Marcos, Kyle. The potential for a destructive storm extending down to Hunter and eventually Geronimo. Redwood. We'll have to get a new warning from them shortly. And if this thing might actually try to spin up into a quick tornado too at some point in the next little while. But again, those of you in Wimberley and Wood Creek, hang on. It's going to be over in about 5 to 10 minutes. I know y'all are probably getting wasted right now, but hang on. Stay away from northwest-facing windows, that's for sure. San Marcos, Hunter, you're next. The potential for baseball to softball size hail. Hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour.
Storm warning has been issued for Polk County in Texas.
And again, this thing means business. This thing's got attitude, showing winds. Oh, no. That's just bad. Now showing winds of nearly 100 miles an hour in Wimberley. Potentially being with, potentially baseball to softball size hail being driven sideways at nearly 100 miles an hour. Again, Wimberley, hang on. Interior room, lowest floor, or at least interior room, get away from windows. Those of you down in Hunter to San Marcos, up to Wimberley. Treat this like a tornado warning. Get away from windows, especially northwest-facing windows. The potential for hurricane force winds with baseball to softball size hail. That will kill you if you get hit by a softball size hailstone being driven by 100 mile an hour winds. So get away from windows. That's going to break windows everywhere. especially northwest facing windows, the potential for even some of that hail to go through roofs and siding. This is going to be moving towards, we're seeing some pretty strong wind indications that could even impact New Braunfels, northern Comal County, Hayes County. I'm not sure why we don't have a new severe thunderstorm warning extending all the way down to Geronimo yet, but they need to do that like 5 minutes ago. Boy, that may be trying to spin up right there. So again, those of you in San Marcos down to Hunter, Gruen, north sides of New Braunfels, be in a safe place. The potential for baseball to softball size hail, winds over 80 miles an hour. This storm is moving southeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. The potential for baseball to softball size hail, wind gusts over 70 to 85 miles an hour, moving right towards San Marcos, Interstate 35 around San Marcos to Hunter, north of New Braunfels in northern Comal County, southern Hayes County. This is going to be expensive, I'll tell you that now. Back north, we'll switch gears. We'll go back to the Granger radar for this. Florence, hailstorm, potentially golf ball to tennis ball size. That's moving southeast towards Georgetown. Weir, Taylor by 9:15. Georgetown, about 8:40 to 8:50. Weir, about 8:55. Granger, maybe about 9 o'clock. Maybe it'll put the Granger radar out of its misery. Centerville, Leona, storm over you. Moving down the interstate, damaging winds, large hail moving towards Midway, Madisonville over the next 20 to 30 minutes. Severe storm over Riverside, Trinity, moving towards Groveton, passing north of Onalaska. Severe storm over Corrigan, moving towards Zavala. Severe storm over Dibble, moving towards Huntington. East. Back here in central Texas, again, this thing over Wimberley down to San Marcos is got attitude and a way too much hail and wind. I mean, Wimberley, you're taking it on the chin. Radar showing winds 75 to 85 miles an hour with baseball to softball size hail likely being propelled with this thing. Those of you in Hunter to San Marcos, get away from the north and west facing windows because it's going to try to break them. No tornado warnings, but this is a dangerous severe thunderstorm, a destructive severe thunderstorm, capable of producing softball-size hail, wind gust over 80 to 85 miles an hour. They're moving southeast, or this is moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. So let me put a storm track on it. And again, Wimberley, hang on, it'll be over soon. San Marcos to Hunter, you need to be in a safe place. Damaging winds, destructive hail. Can't even rule out a tornado, honestly. Moving southeast at about 25. San Marcos, it's going to be there in the next 15 minutes. Eventually, this may make it down to Luling and Interstate 10 by 9:15. And, yeah, I think it may be trying to... Where's the... Oh, that's... Okay, that's the deceptive angle. It's because it's right north of beam of the radar site, but that's an interesting reflectivity signature. And again, the radar we're looking from is in New Braunfels. So when we're saying that radar is showing winds up to 90 miles an hour, we are looking a few hundred feet above the ground. There is likely winds of at least 80 miles an hour in Wimberley right now, moving southeast towards San Marcos, Hunter. This thunderstorm is now capable, again, is capable of softball-size hail, winds of 90 to 100 miles an hour. Jason, let me know if you're listening still. So again, this is a severe weather. We got problems. Wimberley moving southeast to San Marcos, Hunter, northern Comal, southern Hayes counties. San Marcos, if you were in San Marcos, I would treat this as you would a tornado warning by taking your tornado safety precautions. That'd be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Get away from the west and north-facing windows. All right? This is going to be a situation where we're going to, if you're in a vehicle, you're going to want to get into a sturdy site-built structure. The potential for 80 to 100 mile an hour winds. The potential for baseball to softball size hail. We're seeing radar wind indications over 80 to 90 miles an hour now in Wimberley. Moving southeast towards San Marcos, Hunter. The potential for this to be a very, very destructive storm. And to be completely honest with you, it honestly looks like it's trying to spin up a tornado. I'm going to turn off, we have smoothing on here. I'm going to turn it off, so this is going to look a little pixelated, but this is actually what the radar data looks like. It allows me to show you features that may otherwise be smoothed out. You can see Hook Echo starting to swing around here, just northwest of San Marcos. We're still getting winds. Yeah, those of you in San Marcos really should be in a safe place. Again, those of you in San Marcos need to be in a safe place. The potential for softball-sized hail, destructive winds, and can't rule out a tornado. If you know anyone in San Marcos, you're going to want to probably let them know them to Hunter need to be in a safe place. A destructive severe thunderstorm producing 100 mile per hour winds, softball size hail, and an increasing low-level circulation that yeah, those of you in San Marcos now need to be in a safe place.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Caldwell, Guadalupe, and Hays County in Texas.
Okay, so let's be clear here. Those of you in San Marcos, now you really need to be in shelter. Martindale, Kyle, tornado warning. This is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Softball size hail. 100 mile per hour straight line winds. If you are in Kyle, San Marcos, Martindale, anywhere on I-35 between New Braunfels up to Kyle, get your butt into a safe place 10 minutes ago. This thing is capable of producing a tornado, softball size hail, and very extreme straight line winds. Again, this thing could be putting a tornado down at any point. This thing could be throwing out softballs, and there's straight line winds at 100 miles an hour. To be honest, I'm more worried about the softballs and the 100 mile an hour straight line winds than I am the tornado, but there's probably a tornado here too, just to add to the trifecta of ouchies going on. So San Marcos, you need to be in a safe place. Don't go outside looking for this thing, because it's going to be wrapped in rain. This thing's coming into San Marcos. Tornado, softball size hail, and even if there's not a tornado, this thing has 100 to 120 mile an hour winds. We are looking right here, just above the surface. We are looking at 1,000 feet, 900 feet. Folks, when the radar shows 120 mile an hour winds at 900 feet, there's probably 100 mile an hour winds at the surface. You are talking about an EF1 to EF2 tornado. So please, when I say there is softball size hail being driven by 100 mile an hour winds, tornado or not, that will kill you if you are near a window and it comes flying through a window. Get away from windows. Alright? And yes, there very well may be a tornado here on Highway 12, just west of San Marcos, moving southeast down the highway. 3 miles northwest of San Marcos, about to roll into San Marcos. Guess what? Tornado aside, The potential for 100 to 120 mile an hour winds on the backside of the circulation. Softball to DVD size hail. Alright, so those of you in San Marcos, we've been squealing about this for a good 30 minutes now. You better be in shelter or you're going to be in a world of hurt. Understand, this thing means business. Even if there's no tornado here, you've got 100 to 120 mile an hour straight line winds and softball size hail. This thing has an attitude problem, and it is definitely about to take it out on San Marcos. Wimberley and Wood Creek probably have all sorts of wind damage and hail damage from this, but it's even more intense than it was back up there. So again, those of you in San Marcos, Martindale, need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get off the interstate and do not even dare thinking of taking shelter under a bridge. You're going to block traffic. I mean, it's already probably blocked. We're going to have Interstate 35 gridlocked with people hiding under bridges, blocking travel lanes.
Storm report from San Marcos in Hays County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind gust magnitude estimated 65 miles per hour. Reported by public. Additional information, 65 miles per hour wind gust recorded by a private weather station in San Marcos.
So again, this wind moving into San Marcos easily could be over 100 miles an hour. The potential for a tornado approaching Interstate 35, Highway 80, Highway 123 in San Marcos. Tornado first, then you're going to get the crazy winds and the softball size hail. Again, we're seeing winds still nearly 90 to 100 miles an hour over a large portion of southern southwestern Hays County moving into northern Comal County. This is a tornado warning until 8:45 p.m. for northern Guadalupe, southeastern Hays, northwestern Caldwell counties in south central Texas. This is a severe thunderstorm with a history of producing softball-size hail. Even if we don't have a tornado here, we have winds on the backside of the circulation called the rear flank downdraft of 100 miles an hour. By the way, you see where all these bright blues and purples are with these 100 mile an hour winds? Let me show you what it looks like on the How Hard It's Raining mode. Folks, that's where the softball-size hail is. You're getting wind-driven baseball to softball-size hail with 100 mile an hour winds. Folks, that's going to absolutely obliterate the sides of houses. It's going to knock windows out galore. It's going to knock out, I mean, we're going to have, it is not going to be good. So those of you in San Marcos, get away from the windows. Get away from the west-north windows. In fact, here's what you should be doing. You should be going to the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. I want to emphasize this. Get away from exterior walls and windows. We don't want anyone in a vehicle. Y'all need to be in a gas station somewhere away from the windows. This is the kind of storm that'll take every window in a vehicle and turn it into flying shrapnel. And again, the interstate is probably going to be blocked by people parking under bridges trying to save themselves while, you know, sacrificing the thousands of people behind them if they're blocking a travel lane. But, I mean, oh, Boise. So again, San Marcos, we've been talking about you a while. You're getting hit now. If there's a tornado, it's likely on Interstate 35, very near.
Texas local storm report from Fisher in Comal County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind damage. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, emergency manager reported tree blown over, blocking road 1/4 mile from FM 2325.
So again, you can see we're looking now at about 700 to 800 feet, west sides of San Marcos, 100 mile an hour winds coming in from the west. And yes, we have other storms, but I want to be honest, if y'all aren't getting softballs and 100 mile an hour winds, sorry, but we're dealing with this.
Warning has been issued for Polk, San Jacinto, and Trinity County in Texas.
We'll deal with some other stuff real quick. Again, nasty looking severe storm northwest of Georgetown. That storm is moving southeast towards Georgetown. The potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail. And localized damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. It's going to be in Taylor by about 9:15. Georgetown 35 on I-35 over the next several minutes.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Williamson County in Texas.
Come on. Out here, we've got severe storms east of Trinity, east of Riverside, now moving towards Corrigan, Groveton, north of Onalaska, the potential for quarter golf ball size hail. Storm east of Corrigan, moving up towards Zavala. Severe storm over Dibble and Burke still moving up towards Huntington. That could have very large hail with it as well. Again, all these storms, big hail, big wind. Storm over San Marcos, extreme wind, extreme hail, the potential of a tornado. Again, here's the velocity mode. You can see we do have a circulation over the city of San Marcos right now, whether or not that's a tornado or not, to be determined. But even if it is, frankly, I'm more concerned about this extreme straight line wind signature on the backside of the circulation. We're seeing indications of winds over 100 miles an hour, 102 miles an hour now, west sides of San Marcos, about to move down into Hunter and Redwood. The potential for this to also be producing baseball to softball size hail. This storm produced DVD size hail back in Johnson City. That's bigger than a softball, bigger than a grapefruit. That is 5 inches in diameter. DVD size hail. CD DVD size hail. It's not good. So again, those of you in San Marcos, you should have been in shelter 20 minutes ago when I started hollering about this, but if you're just tuning in now, welcome to the world of social media. Y'all are in trouble and should be in a safe place. Get away from west-north facing windows and hang on, because it's about to get rowdy. Very strong winds will be entering town from the northwest shortly, assuming we don't, have a tornado in town. Or southeast of town now, approaching Redwood, approaching Highway 123 just south of San Marcos. Hail core is about to move over Interstate 35 from Kyle down to San Marcos. The potential for damaging hail, baseball, softball size at times, and maybe closer to golf ball to baseball now, hopefully, versus, softball DVDs, but still pretty big hail. This storm moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. And again, potential tornado, if we have one down, is going to be near 123 now. Probably a couple miles south of San Marcos. The worst of the wind looks like it's staying just southwest of San Marcos, seeing a wind signature of 100 miles an hour approaching Interstate 35. That's going to be near Center Point Road, East McCarty Lane, East Wonderworld Drive. Extreme winds over 90 miles an hour near Mountain High Drive right now. Quail Run Drive. Still getting strong winds back on Highway 12. And again, we've also got the potential for tennis ball to baseball size hail. It still may be softballs, but hopefully it's not. And then we've got other storms. Again, we've got severe storms crossing 35 right now around the north sides of Georgetown. This storm from Florence down to Georgetown could have 60-mile-an-hour winds. The potential for tennis ball size hail, that's moving southeast, northern half of Georgetown at least, towards Weir, Granger, Bartlett, Taylor by about 9:05, Thorndale about 9:15 to 9:20. That'll cross 79 between Taylor and Thorndale. It'll cross 95 between Granger and Taylor. 35 right now between Salado and Georgetown's not a particularly good idea. We've got more storms across East Texas. They've got hail, they've got strong wind. And again, those of you in San Marcos, you're about to take it on the chin with hail. You're getting strong winds, especially on the southwest sides of San Marcos. Kyle, you're getting rain, maybe a little bit of hail, but the worst is staying to your southwest. Kyle, you're not going to get hit with a tornado, but you may have damaging winds.
San Marcos in Hays County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 2.50 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information. 2.5-inch hail observed near the outlets in San Marcos.
Well, there you go. We're getting tennis ball size hail in San Marcos right now. Likely very strong winds passing just near or just southwest of San Marcos. Center Point Road. You're taking it on the chin right now. Down towards Hunter and Redwood. Not really seeing too much of a tornado signature right now, but the hurricane force straight line winds, that's just nasty. So again, this storm's moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Those of you in San Marcos, hang on. Wimberley, you're clear. Wood Creek, you're clear. Kyle, you're not going to have a tornado, but you're getting strong wind. The worst of the hail staying southwest of Kyle. Buda to Mountain City, you're fine. Southern Travis County, you're fine. San Lena, you're fine. San Marcos and Hunter, you're getting it. Martindale, Redwood, you're about to get it. If this continues, this is going to be an issue for Lulling and Kingberry, and then eventually Interstate 10 from Seguin all the way to Lulling. And this is going to be moving southeast. Again, well, they say it's moving southeast at about 40. I don't know if it's moving at 40, but we'll go ahead and put a track on here just in case it is. And again, if it's moving southeast at 40, it's going to be on Interstate 10 by 8:55. If it's moving slower than that, it'll be after 9, but still, this thing's coming on in to say hello. The potential for golf ball size hail now in Gerald to the north sides of Georgetown on Interstate 35. That storm is moving, stop it, southeast towards Granger, Bartlett, Circleville, Jonah, Hutto, Taylor, Thrall, and Thorndale. I'll show you what I'm talking about. That's this storm up north. This one's moving towards those communities I just mentioned. The potential for wind gusts over 50 miles an hour. This one doesn't really have a wind signature, but it's definitely got a hail signature. We'll take a look farther east. Again, we've got storms. Centerville and Leona, you're fine. This thing's east of you now. It's riding up 21 towards Crockett, Lovelady, the potential for some hail, strong winds. Further east, Burke, Dibble, we've got storms with hail. Chester to Corrigan, some hail, strong winds. These storms, again, could have quarter to maybe $half size hail. They're moving east at about 20, east-northeast at about 20. They're moving a lot slower than these storms back west that are moving southeast at, 20 to 40. So again, San Marcos, worst of the hail's coming in now. Worst of the hail, a lot of the wind. The worst of the wind looks like it's passing just on the southwest sides of San Marcos, closer to Centerpoint Road and Interstate 35. It'll be riding Centerpoint Road down towards the Old Bastrop Highway.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Caldwell, Gonzales, Guadalupe, and Hays County in Texas.
They are not going to extend the tornado warning. They're going to put a new severe thunderstorm warning on it. You'll see that pop up in a minute. That warning will go all the way across Interstate 10 through Lulling, all the way to Gonzales almost. And that'll be a severe thunderstorm warning for a storm near San Marcos with tennis ball size hail, 70 to 80 mile an hour winds moving southeast at 35. This warning includes San Marcos, Kyle, Lockhart, Lulling, Martindale, Ullen, Kingsbury, Staples, Fentress, Brownsboro, Mound City, Delhi, Juliet, Oak Forest, Belmont, Maxwell, Reedville, and McNeil. Again, that's the severe thunderstorm warning. They're not going to put the tornado warning downstream, but again, this thing could be dropping tennis ball, maybe baseball size hail. Winds over 70 miles an hour. The extreme wind signature has come down a bit, but it is still showing up with winds over 80 miles an hour on the south side of San Marcos. Those would be northwest winds with large hail likely being driven by those northwest winds. So Martindale, be in a safe place. San Marcos, give it another 10, maybe 15 minutes and it'll be over. Wimberley, it's just raining. You'll be completely clear from the rain in a few minutes. You're fine. Same thing goes for Wood Creek. Martindale, no travel on Highway 80 is advised between Lulling and pretty much I-35 to I-10. No one should be on 81 or 80 right now. Toll 130 is not going to be a great place to be right now either between Interstate 10 and, pretty much I-35 or at least Highway 21. Highway 90 is not going to be a good place to be between Seguin and Wilder. As this storm moves southeast at about 35 miles an hour with damaging winds, large hail. Otherwise, we've got a severe storm over Gerald down in the north sides of Georgetown on I-35 right now. Not too much of a wind signature, but definitely the potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail. That'll be in Weir in the next 15 minutes. Granger on Highway 95 by 9 o'clock. Taylor around 9:10. Thrall on Highway 79 about 9:20. Thorndale about 9:25. Eventually, this may make it down to Lexington by 9:50 to 10 p.m. That'll be on Highway 77. These storms currently capable of big hail, big wind, just all sorts of nonsense that we could have gone without, but we had mentioned is a probable possibility in the forecast from yesterday through today. So we've been talking about how this was likely. I mentioned the I-35 corridor down here 3 hours ago, and these storms were still back near Brady to Mason. So there you go. Storms in East Texas continue. All right, let's take a look at the forecast for the rest of this evening. We're going to switch out. We're going to switch over to the super duper high resolution rapid refresh model. And what we're going to do is I just want to show you what this is going to look like tonight. We should still be calming down in the next 3 hours or so. Let me load the data here. I want to see what this model looks like at 9 o'clock just for a guesstimate. It's doing okay. It's not doing the best, but it could be worse. So we're going to load this from 10 o'clock through 2 a.m. I just want to show you that things are going to eventually calm down by, probably midnight. This model does have storms continuing now through about midnight to 1 a.m. in the Brazos Valley, East Texas, before moving things out of the Golden Triangle at about 12 to 1 a.m. So this would keep things going a little longer now.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jasper and Tyler County in Texas.
But it generally does weaken these hill country / south central Texas storms over the next few hours. That being said, I'll believe it when I see it. It continues the cluster of storms now evolving across the eastern Brazos Valley in East Texas. It moves those all the way into Louisiana by about midnight to 1 a.m. Nothing more for North Texas. If you're in North Texas, you're done. Texoma, you're done. Northeast Texas, you're done. The Arklatex, you're done. Even a good chunk of Central Texas, from, let's say, Temple Bell north, you're done. The rest of East Texas, Brazos Valley, even parts of South Central Texas, almost now to the northern coastal plains, yet y'all aren't done yet. Y'all have to deal with this for a few more hours yet. Strongest storms capable of producing damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, the potential for tennis ball size hail. And that's going to continue for a while yet. We do have a tornado warning until, for another 2 minutes for places like Martindale, Redwood. San Marcos, you're getting hail right now. There's no tornado in San Marcos. There's big hail, strong winds, but the tornado threat for San Marcos is gone. Still, I'd stay in a safe place for another, probably 10 minutes at least until that hail core moves out. If we had a circulation still producing a tornado, it'd be near Martindale. Seeing some weak rotation around Martindale right now, but in all likelihood, we're just dealing with very strong winds, and then we're going to have hail coming in. Hopefully y'all in Wimberley didn't get as much wind as that radar was suggesting. That would not have been good. Same thing goes for the south and west sides of San Marcos. So again, the tornado warning for all intent and purposes is about to be gone. San Marcos, you're getting blasted still with tennis ball size hail. Hail core will be moving east of 35 by 8:50, moving towards Redwood and Martindale. Then it's going to be down to, it's riding down Highway 80 right towards Fentress, Stairtown, and Lulling over the next 20 to 30 minutes.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Polk County in Texas.
With the potential for damaging winds, large hail. Other storms, we've got a storm over I-35 from Gerald down to Serenada. to Georgetown to Weir. That could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail moving southeast. That's moving southeast at about 45 miles an hour. It may actually have hail closer to the size of golf balls. Granger, Circleville, Jonah, Taylor, Thrall, Coupland, you're next. Maybe Hutto over the next 20 minutes. We got a storm going up. Yeah, not really. We've got a severe storm from Ostonio to Midway to Weldon to Badaeus, moving southeast, east-southeast towards Glendale, Trinity, Riverside, Huntsville. Y'all already have storms underway, and we note these aren't moving very quickly, which is going to cause some flooding issues soon.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Angelina County in Texas.
So again, flash flooding could become an issue out here, as well as heavy rain, some strong winds, and hail. Eventually, this whole area across East Texas will likely, from, let's just say, Madisonville, Midway down to Huntsville, to Unalaska, to Chester, to Colmansdale, will likely evolve into a cluster of east-southeastward propagating thunderstorms that will eventually move into Louisiana and leave us alone. Till then, we're going to be dealing with storms. All right, tornado warning is gone. San Marcos, the worst is over. But you're still in some heavy rain and maybe a bit of hail through another 5 to 10 minutes. Next up, it'll be Fentress. Well, Martindale, Redwood to Fentress to Stairtown to Lulling. Maybe Kingsbury. Over the next 15 to 20 minutes. That'll cross I-10 between Seguin and Harwood. Other storms on 35 between Gerald down to Georgetown, about to move east of the interstate. We've got storms on I-45 roughly from Madisonville to Huntsville, and then we've got scattered severe storms in East Texas moving into the northern portions of the Golden Triangle, eventually near Jasper by 10 o'clock, Browndale to Jasper by 10 probably. Other storms further west, that's all a cluster that'll eventually organize, may have an increased damaging wind threat, locally heavy rainfall that could cause some flooding, and probably some hail at least, and then that'll all organize and move into Louisiana in a few hours. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back by 9 p.m. sooner if we need to be. And you can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. We have multiple interactive weather radars. You have the radar button that shows you one radar. You can click the question mark more button. That pulls up the zoom radar, which you can also use on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. So we'll be back here by 9 o'clock, sooner if necessary. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief. damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour now approaching Interstate 10 from Luling to Kingsbury. Those strong winds are occurring well before before the rain and the hail. So again, wind gusts over 70 miles an hour now approaching Interstate 10 around Kingsbury to Luling, a good 20 minutes before any rain or hail begins.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston, Madison, San Jacinto, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 2 miles east of Serenata in Williamson County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ving.
good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. It's now 9 p.m. on the 9th of May, 2024. We've had a damaging hailstorm move through parts of Hayes County. We've had at least tennis ball size hail in San Marcos. We've got wind damage and at least tennis ball size hail back in Wimberley to Wood Creek. Storms have now exited San Marcos to the southeast. This storm is now approaching Luling. We've got a pretty good surge of straight-line winds out from this storm now. The wind boundary line, or the outflow boundary, is a good 10 miles ahead of the storm now, which should hopefully indicate the storm itself is going to be on a at least steady state to weakening phase. At this point, thinking the storm may be capable of producing golf ball to maybe tennis ball size hail in spots, along with winds over 60 miles an hour. And those winds may start a good 20 minutes before it starts raining. Currently approaching Kingberry to Luling now, while the wind line's already through New Berlin to Belmont. That storm moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour. Back north, we've got a storm over Bartlett to Granger, east sides of Georgetown now, to near, Taylor, Circleville. This storm is moving southeast, east-southeast. Eventually, it's going to make it to Thrall, Thorndale, Sando, Tanglewood on Highway 77, Lexington, Daneville, and Dimebox on Highway 21 over the next 45 minutes. Maybe Caldwell as well. Farther east, we've got storms. Lovelady, now east of Midway, east of Madisonville, approaching Huntsville. Several severe storms from Cosmosnale to Lufkin, west of Onalaska, north of Livingston.
Texas local storm report from 4 miles south of Lufkin in Angelina County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by broadcast media. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Grimes and Walker County in Texas.
So again, these storms in eastern Brazos Valley, East Texas, they're moving more slowly, generally off to the east at about 20 miles an hour. Eventually, they may accelerate to 30. These are going to continue downstream, probably to Browndale, Jasper, eventually maybe even Kirbyville, and Livingston, Woodville. Eventually, these are going to move from west to east in Louisiana, but that still may be a good 3 to 3.5 hours away. These storms back in portions of central, south central Texas, again, storm Circleville to Taylor, could have golf ball size hail. At least. It may be a bit larger than that, honestly. The hail core is perking up some more. And then the storm approaching Luling could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Winds over 60 to 65 miles an hour to 70 miles an hour as it moves southeast towards Belmont, Harwood, Luling, Gonzales, Wilder, and Saturn over the next 30 to 40 minutes. The winds may arrive a good 20 minutes before the rain, then you'll get the rain and hail. But again, that storm over Circleville and Taylor is intensifying pretty quickly now. We're seeing a hail core definitely increase. And, I mean, we're seeing plenty of hail with these storms across portions of Trinity County as well. So, these are going to continue for about another 3-ish hours. The storm's back across central Texas into almost now south central Texas. Will eventually weaken over the next couple of hours, but they'll probably last longer than some of the models suggest. They're still rambunctious with strong to damaging winds and hail.
Texas local storm report from Burke in Angelina County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, public report of $0.5 to golf ball size hail relayed by broadcast media.
Then we've got storms across portions of East Texas and the eastern Brazos Valley. Those will move into Louisiana around or a bit after midnight, while these storms back in south central Texas eventually may make it down into portions of the coastal plains in southeast Texas, but should be weakening over the next few hours. So we'll keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We'll have another update here at 9:20 p.m. sooner if necessary. You can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar in our free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. You can also get your local weather forecast, watch our live severe weather coverage, and more. We have 2 radars, actually. 1, the radar tab. 2, under the More tab, you can click Zoom Radar. As always, you can visit our website for radar, texasstormchasers.com/radar. All right, we'll be back by 9:20 sooner if necessary. Y'all keep an eye out. Don't go outside and play in the hail while it's falling. That's just not a good idea.
Gonzales, Guadalupe, Carnes, La Vaca, and Wilson County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston, Hope, San Jacinto, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas. Texas local storm report from Taylor in Williamson County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, golf ball sized hail reported by Taylor TX emergency manager. A new flash flood warning has been issued for Jasper and Tyler County in Texas.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's 9:20 on the 9th of May, 2024, Thursday evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy and Chief David Reimer. We continue to monitor kind of a broken cluster of severe storms now. We've got a pretty good cluster going from Huntsville, Livingston to north of Woodville, near Calmsnale, across portions of East Texas, with a flash flood warning out there now just west of Jasper. Those storms across East Texas, the strongest, are capable of producing golf ball size hail, wind gust over 60 miles an hour, and a noxious amount of cloud to ground lightning, and heavy rainfall that may result in some localized flooding. We have a supercell passing north of Elgin, now exiting Taylor to the southeast after producing golf ball size hail. That storm is moving towards Highway 77 from Tanglewood to Lexington to Lincoln.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Montgomery, Polk, San Jacinto, and Walker County in Texas.
And that storm could have at least golf ball size hail, wind gust over 60 miles an hour. The hail may actually be a little larger than that. We've got a severe thunderstorm from Luling to Wilder now to Delhi. That storm is capable of still producing golf ball size hail, wind gusts over 60 miles an hour.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bastrop, Lee, Travis, and Williamson County in Texas.
Some of these warnings across central Texas, south central Texas, are larger than the actual storm because these storms are producing large outflow boundaries that have the potential of producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, even in areas where it is not raining. So that's why you've got such a large warning almost down to interstate, or that's not an interstate, almost all the way down to Falls City on Highway 181, even though the storm itself is, 2 counties away. It's because these storms are shooting out so much wind. The wind boundaries, even way out away from the storms, are producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Probably a good amount of blowing dust out there, too. Suddenly satellite imagery, okay? So we take, and same thing's about to go for Elgin, Bastrop, Giddings, and again, across East Texas, this whole cluster is kind of moving east-southeast, but not quickly, with rain, hail, wind, lightning. All right, let's take a look at what we're expecting for the rest of this evening off the super-duper high-resolution rapid refresh. Yes, I'm making fun of it, and myself, mainly myself. Alright, so we're going to see what this model had going at 9 o'clock. I just want to see how it's doing. It's doing okay. Could be better. Could be worse. So we'll just let this play from about 11 o'clock through 3 a.m. You can see this model still saying we're going to be done by about midnight shortly thereafter. It thinks the storms in portions of south central Texas are going to weaken, / central Texas, and they very well may. But they're not yet. When they do eventually completely collapse, though, we expect they're going to shoot out a lot of very strong winds. And that may actually be what's starting to happen now, which is why we have such large warning boxes, because they're collapsing and starting to shoot out 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Storms across the piney woods of East Texas into parts of East Texas and kind of southeast Texas, the eastern Brazos Valley. Those storms are going to push towards western Louisiana over the next few hours, but before then, it may be a loud evening. Places like Cleveland up to Livingston, Lumberton up to Woodville, up to Jasper, eventually all the way east into southwest and western Louisiana. All right, our plan of attack here is we're going to keep an eye on the storms. Those of you watching on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel, mobile app, and website, we're going to go ahead and forward you to our live 24/7 radar stream. It's got all the same stuff you've been watching here, plus some music as well. And if you're watching us on any other platform, hey, find us over at TexasStormChasers.com or in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, or on YouTube. You can find us at Texas Weather Center. So, that being said, we'll keep an eye on this. We'll be back with more coverage if necessary, but I hope not. Y'all keep an eye out tonight. Be mindful of flooded roadways. And as always, keep an eye on the sky. Y'all have a good evening. We'll chat with you a bit later. Have a good one.